University of South Africa. What a joy it is to welcome you to this third annual Miriam Makeba lecture with the special theme, Aluta Continua, the life and legacy of the late Dr. Miriam Makeba, 30 years after the 1994 political settlement in South Africa. It is Thursday, the 14th of April, 2025, and we are gathered in the iconic Makelnet campus of the University of South Africa in this special Winnie Madikizela Mandela building. Indeed, we bear the rich heritages of those who have gone before us to make open the way and declare that Africa is great. Friends, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests and honored speakers, I wish you a good afternoon and a warm welcome. You see, Dr. Miriam Makeba, affectionately known as our Mama Africa, was not just a legendary musician, but also one of the most tireless advocates for human rights and social justice in this land and on the continent. Her voice, friends and ladies and gentlemen, continues to transcend borders, bringing the struggles and triumphs of the African continent to the global stage. Today, we continue to stand in honor and in awe of her immense contribution to music, culture, the fight for freedom and equality. You see, her unwavering commitment to justice and her powerful artistry remain a beacon of hope and resilience even for us today and will continue tomorrow. I've been requested to ask you all to arise because our keynote speaker is coming in, and I think you will want to give her a very, very warm welcome. Ladies and gentlemen, can we all rise? There she is. As she makes her way to the stage, let's send our love and hugs and kisses to Mama Maralo. You've heard her sing, you've seen her on TV, but now she's here in the flesh. Welcome, Ma. We are so honored to have you in our presence. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. You may take your seats. We honor our special guests today. You know, we are living in a time with great uncertainty, Many talk about the fundamental reshaping of the global order. Some are referring to it as the global disorder. What we noticed is that while there are many efforts at political diplomacy and economic diplomacy, we know on the continent there is one type of diplomacy that is supreme in its power, and that is cultural diplomacy. And for this reason, at UNISA, we are making sure that we, in higher education, connects with the nations across the continent, connects with those that are bearing the cultural heritage of our continent, those who will make peace and in sharing our culture, those who will build instead of break, those who will form networks instead of tackle the problems of the world alone. This day today is a special celebration which is emerging from a UNISA engaged scholarship project, because UNISA does not desire to be cut off, isolated, and disconnected from the rest of the world. We desire to work with government, business, civil society, communities of shared place, shared purpose, and shared practice towards the well-being of the continent and our world. We desire to co-create the Africa that we desire to live in, to celebrate the rich histories, heritages, and cultures of our continent. And today marks that special day. Ladies and gentlemen, it is now my great honor to introduce you to our Acting Executive Dean of the Thabo Mbeki School, Professor Edith Pasana, who will give us the official welcome from the Thabo Mbeki School. Over to you, Prof. Welcome.
Thank you. Program Director, thank you very much. Dumelang. Likai. Reading. Yes. Halala. Halala. Erikiches Bakase Kidumedishe, Honorable Deputy Minister, Culture and Arts and Culture, May Mavi, in our midst, Kijelis Bakase Kidumedishe, our Vice Chancellor, Professor Pulin Lengabula in absentia, and all the members of MENCOM present here, Kidumedishe, the executive of the TM School, the Thabo Mbeki African School of Public and International Affairs at the University of South Africa. In front of me, members of the executive, I have with me Professor David Mello. I also have Mr. David Lezwalo, our directors. The former is the director for academic programs, and the latter is the director for student support, internationalization, and community engagement at the Thabo Mbeki School. And His Excellency, our ambassador, and his entourage from the Republic of Guinea, Conakry. You are welcome. And this is the place where Makeba lived in exile. Lering Batwa, South Africa. We have Guinea. Guinea Conakry is in the house, and we are very honored by your presence this afternoon. Let me also acknowledge our musicians present here, young and old. Our legendary musicians, they are here. We have in the midst Ntate Sipho Mabuse. We grew up looking at you burn out. We were burning out our whole body. Thank you. Let me also recognize the presence of our guest speaker. You will see her. She is already greeted. Our mother, Me Maralo. And I know there are many musicians in our midst. I have not seen you, but I recognize you. Old and young, we have in our midst as well, Me Nomfundo. All the way from Cape Town. In a very special way, also recognize the people that brought us here, the Miriam Makeba Foundation. And we have, can I ask the representative from Miriam Makeba Foundation to all stand up so that people can see you and be able to touch you and talk to you if they have, Tato is here, I know. Miss Tato Mukhobu as well, and also recognize the Makeba family, our special family, the Makeba family in our midst is Miss Zenzile Makeba Lee, or anyone from the family who's around. Thank you. We want to also recognize Kiswahili Africa in our midst. Kiswahili Africa, representative from Kiswahili Africa. Let me also recognize here Miss Fidoze Bulbulia. This is the woman who has done the screening of the documentary of Miriam Makeba. She will tell us more about it. The day is going to be fully packed with academic knowledge, with also histories, reflections on the life and the works of Miriam Makeba. Let me also recognize in our midst Professor Neolo Khotla Laramobi from the University of Free State, who also is a historian and has done extensive work on Miriam Makeba, and she is also going to be speaking. Ndade Khotla Laramobi. Ndade Ramobi is my fellow, Ford Foundation fellow. We got the scholarship at the same time, and he went to Howard in the US, and I went to the UK. We have a long history. Thank you for honoring us. Ms. Nomfundo Baluva, I've already introduced you, and also recognize Mehilda Obata of the Mahotela Queens. Sachia, 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 don't be so. Yamana. But uyakhuluma la. Ay, yothula umoya, sizambona uzawuthulisa umoya. Thank you, Mama, for honoring us. It is my great pleasure to welcome you all to the 3rd annual Makeba lecture at the Thabo Mbeki School this morning, an occasion that we dedicate to fostering knowledge, collaboration, and innovation in our academic community. Today we gather not only to share insights, but also to inspire one another in our pursuit of excellence in music, in cultural diplomacy, and in who we are as Africans. As we embark on this journey of exploration, let us take a moment to acknowledge the hard work and dedication that has brought us together, the life and the works of Mama Miriam Makeba. Shall we? And I'm emphasizing the life, the hard work and the dedication, because we were all here and we have seen it. The hard work and the passion and the representation that she did for all of us internationally. People got to know who is South Africa, what it means to be a South African under apartheid, a black South African in particular. And all of that makes her work very special and very dear to us. I would also like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to the Makeba Foundation, the Makeba family, the Thabo Mbeki Foundation and UNISA board that have allowed us to institute this lecture at the University of South Africa. I also want to thank the staff of the school for their unwavering support and committing to make this event possible every year. This is our 3rd annual lecture. And we are also, thank you, we are also honored to have with us the many outstanding, extraordinary musicians with us. And they support us every year in this lecture. Because bari inyathi ibuzwa kwabaphambili. They understand those who have come before them and what they have done. They followed. They are still here, inspiring future generations. And we are grateful for your presence here, Memara, Mehilda, Dadesipo. Thank you very much. Your contributions to music have greatly enriched our understanding and opened new avenues for research and dialogue. I've already told you about the documentary that is there. Your lives alone are a testimony of the deep research that people need to make to understand Black excellency in their craft, how we do our things as Black people in this part of the world. And that opens avenues for new research. Domfundo studied Makeba. Her entire master's dissertation is around Makeba. And if you want to read it, the University of Cape Town is the best place to go and get a copy and try to understand. She dedicates her entire time of her dissertation studying the voice of Miriam Makeba. Others have studied her cultural diplomacy, her music, her political life. And there is so much more that we still need to learn. Because I also believe that there is radical feminist in that Miriam Makeba. I have commissioned a book 2 years ago, and one of the chapters that I received, and the book was about rebellious women of Africa. And you are thinking Winnie Mandela, you are thinking all of that. And an abstract came in about the life of Miriam Makeba. And you'll see when the book comes out, because you see how the author went to town to actually show to us the rebellious side of Miriam Makeba. And rebellion is not feminine, hey? But people like Miriam Makeba has actually demonstrated. There are several chapters in the book about some of our musicians. There is someone who's doing Tandiza Mazwai. There's someone who's working on, it's not a musician, Celestine Duli. Someone is working on Celestine Duli as well, and someone is working on Brenda Fassi, another, yeah. So it's a very interesting collection of essays about these people, their rebellion, and their fight for space in a world that was crafted outside of them and without them. But how they found place in South Africa and were able to also locate themselves, to be able to express themselves as we are honored also to have all these people with us, and their insights will undoubtedly spark meaningful discussions and inspire new ideas. Throughout the day, I encourage each one of you to engage actively, ask questions, and share your perspectives as well. This event is not just about listening, it is about creating a vibrant exchange of ideas that can lead to collaborative opportunities and advancement of our respective fields. We are a university. We are in the business of knowledge production. And being here as well, we need to immerse in that space of scholarly work, of activism, and also of creativity. And let us remember the power of academic engagement to transform lives and communities, as we have seen. Some people have livelihoods just because of the name Miriam Makeba today. Okay? They have created livelihoods. So as we live, we need to leave lasting impact and lasting legacies that will continue for generations, like Mama Makeba did, so that we can also here in higher education push the boundaries of knowledge and make a lasting impact. And lastly, who we are as the Thabo Mbeki African School of Public and International Affairs, we are a school that is highly decolonial and African. And we are proud to be an African school in pursuit of the African Renaissance, because we believe that self-determination is what will take Africa out of these problems of leadership crisis, the problems of underdevelopment, and the problems of poverty that ravages this continent. Only when we can understand that we have to self-determine. 2 weeks ago, we were at the conversation, and I remember I had to remind us that Donald Trump has closed the taps, and the world is crying. Why are we crying? Donald Trump is opening our eyes. He is teaching us not to be dependent, to always wait and receive from the master's hand. It is about that Africa gets up and begin to work for itself. When you are self-sustainable, there's no one who can push you around. At the moment, we are being pushed around, left, right, and center, because we are dependent. And this moment of this changing world order, it should be a moment of Africa's rising. It should be the architecture of us rising. And this school was founded on that basis. So that as Africans, we must learn to stand up and do things for ourselves. This school started out of nothing. It started out of a people that sat together to think about how do we make Africans do their own things without being dictated, without borrowing models from somewhere. Over the weekend, majority of our people traveled to Polokwane, to one of the institutions that is 100 years of black. Show me any other black institution that is 100 years. And then when institutions are our own and they make 100 years and they are sustainable, we mock them, we laugh at them, we disparage them. Because if you ask me, I'm from Leboa home. Leboa. You remember Leboa? A Bantustan. And in Leboa home, not less than 50 years ago, they built something called the Leboa legislature. Go today and see if you can find a place to sit. This new building is something else. Even the yard, the perimeter walls are something else. And because we cannot even look after institutions, when it's like this, we dumped it, we went to Polokwane, right? Because we cannot look after our institutions as Africans. And I think this idea of self-determination, as we live here, let's think about it. Miriam, Makeba, they did this with no support at all from government. Government that was actually banning their music, saying you must not sing here, you cannot sing this. All of us, we grew up listening to Makeba. My other home is just down the road in Mlezane, Soweto, Ralifutsu Street. And my other home there, that's where Miriam Makeba's songs were played with low-key volume. Because if the neighbors hear, someone can pimp us to say, Maputo, Maputo. I didn't even know Maputo was a place, I was a child. And but people who have that kind of determination will still, be resilient and overcome and be able to stand. I don't want to know, you'll hear when the Guinea people come here. Her life in Guinea, what was it like? You go to Guinea as a young girl, your whole family is back home. I don't know at that time how she was surviving. So there's a lot that we will hear from today, and without wasting any time, you are friends of the Thabo Mbeki African School of Public and International Affairs, and you are all welcome. Feel at home. Our bathrooms are just there, on your left-hand side. Both men, the first one is for men, and the second one is for women. Everyone is welcome. This is your home. We have created this home to be your space of ideation, of imagination, and of creativity. So thank you for being here today, and I look forward to an inspiring and productive event this afternoon. Now, without further ado, let us begin our program. Thank you very much, Dr. James.
Thank you so much, Prof, for that illuminating welcome and introduction. Indeed, ladies and gentlemen, if we want the self-determination, we need to start with the dignity, the self-worth, the celebration of heritage and culture. For too long, our talents, our gifts, our history, our knowledge heritages, our cultural heritages have been masked, suppressed, pushed to the margins, and treated, relegated as mysterious and superstitious by those who have tried to eradicate what it means to be African. And so this call today continues in that long history of let us liberate our voices to know that Africa is not a blank slate. We are rich with our knowledge and cultural heritages. In fact, the rebellious woman that was Dr. Miriam Makeba, we all walk in her footsteps. I read once a sticker in a bus: good girls go to heaven, bad girls go everywhere. I was committed on that day that I shall too go everywhere. And so I want to introduce us now to our Director of Academic Support, Student Support, Internationalization, and Community Engagement, David Letsualo, who will share with us the purpose of our event today.
So, thank you, Program Director, Dr. Genevieve James, for asking me to the podium to do exactly what you said I should do. A very, very complex task. Kasohoa, it says exposition and purpose. It's very complex. So I'm gonna do that. However, before I do as requested, let me dispense with important issues of protocol. The Principal and Vice Chancellor of the African University, UNISA, Professor Bulending Kabula in absentia, members of the UNISA management, members of the UNISA Council present here, the Executive Dean of the TM School, Professor Pasana right here, the Executive Management of the TM School, colleagues in the school, and indeed the entire university, members of the Makeba family and the Miriam Makeba Foundation, our lecturer for today, Memaralu and her family, the members of the Diplomatic Corps, members of the 70s group who are present here physically or even online, our engaged communities from Mabopani, Makapanstad, and Raskukuni Laboa, Galidumedisha, Renalema Hoshimo, Renalema Hoshi, Leonara Dumedisha, Ralaboha. Prof. Pasana said something about show me African institutions that have lasted 100 years. Karen, he is the institution Yabuhoshi. It's more than that. The members of the media present here, and the thousands, if not millions, of members of the audience present here, and those who have connected via various media platforms. I want to acknowledge in a very, very special way the honor that was bestowed as this today, unexpected, by the Honorable Deputy Minister of Sports, Arts and Culture in the Republic of South Africa. That is Peace Mali. And I'm aware that Professor Pasana has acknowledged a lot of people. I don't want to repeat after her, but just to say that seeing people like that the Sipoma Wuse here, it's very much humbling. And then also Mehilda Klobaka interestingly, I was thinking about, because when I grew up, my father used to play amplifier in Leboa. So some of the songs included Mahotela Queen's Mahona Tsotle Band. Maggie Tatubata would know that she has, in that role, paid tribute to Mahoshi. Chidi, Tauya Leboa, Mahao Mushu, Shigolo Musahar, Balukisheji, and then Lodi Medisha Mahoshi Kamoka, Lesotho, Abotswana, Aswazi, Yalebiado, Readi Medish. Well, thank you so much, ma'am. I met her, I think, sometimes this year at the Embassy of Guinea. I couldn't believe it. And here today she is on this important occasion. So my presentation starts now. Those were issues of protocol. Yeah. So if there was a timekeeper here, that timekeeper should now start. So, as I start, I want to say I am a proud black man. I am an African. And it is always fulfilling to be in the presence of my Africa, especially as called upon and united by the spirit of someone who in her lifetime persistently strove to unite African people throughout the corners of the globe. This she did because she knew it is only Africans who are at the receiving end of the evil and exploitative acts of those who think they are superior to our race. Mama Miriam Makeba was far more than just a singer or a musician. Her life story splendidly demonstrated her as a peacemaker, a warrior, a cultural activist, an ambassador, an internationalist, a humanist, a goodwill ambassador, a cultural diplomat. Her motherliness and many virtuous elements. She was a selfless, generous, most giving, and most forgiving African angel, Malaika. She pragmatically, physically, systematically, randomly, spiritually, symbolically, culturally, and linguistically assumed the role of our mother continent. Africa. She was taken advantage of and suffered injustice at the hands of those from foreign lands who came to invade the continent. Actually, she was not like Mama Africa. She was truly Mama Africa. Thrown out of her own land to an uninviolable status of statelessness, she was warmly welcomed and embraced by the first president of Guinea, my beloved president, President Ahmed Sekou, and the hospitable people of Guinea, who allowed her to live in their country and built her home in Dalaba, where she lived for over 15 years of her life. Of course, it is from Guinea where she was able to reach out to the embracement of many other African countries, including Tanzania, Kenya, Nigeria, and many others. Stateless as she was then, the people of Guinea did not say to her, "Hamba wena kwere kwere." Imagine if the people of Guinea did that to her. They did not say "Hamba" to her. They embraced her. That's why we're here today. It is therefore very humbling to us to have in our midst this afternoon the people of Guinea, as represented by the Embassy of the Republic of Guinea in South Africa. It is this character in her that compelled us to honor and celebrate the legacy of this icon, Mama Miriam Makeba. Hers is a touching story of pain, suffering, resistance, you said rebellion, rebelliousness, resilience, recalcitrance, consistency, constancy, and boldness. She was not afraid to articulate herself through music. Today, many people are just scared, not because they'll be killed or they'll be jailed, just because they'll lose a tender or a gig. So far, I've never heard, in the so-called liberated South Africa, no musician has ever sung about toll gates. Or even potholes. So people like Miriam Makeba were prepared to take the physical pain and even elimination. So, ladies and gentlemen, she was the first and last goodwill ambassador of South Africa to Africa and the world. And her contribution and legacy are worth celebrating. It is this worthy legacy that has compelled us to dedicate this annual lecture to memorialize, celebrate, and immortalize her. This is done to conscientize the people of Africa about important role that cultural diplomacy, humanism, and internationalism can play towards the renewal and development of Africa. That is the essence of African Renaissance. It is initiatives such as this one that serve to remind us of the call for Africa to unite for the sake of its prosperity. We can achieve African unity. We cannot achieve African unity for as long as we are still consumed by self-hate and xenophobia. It is extremely hypocritical to spout slogans of Pan-Africanism and African Renaissance, whilst at the same time we are screaming the rhetoric of Abahambe, referring to only the people who look like me and you. You know, I would join this rhetoric of Abahambe if it was maybe for people who don't look like me and you. But we are so passionate about Abatzamai, referring to somebody who looks like me and you. And that is a shame. And it's stupidity of the highest order. And I want to appeal to us through the spirit of Miriam Makeba that we must learn to appreciate ourselves as Banabatarians, Africans. Ma-Africa, I need to state that this is not the only honor that UNISA has bestowed on Mama Miriam Makeba. This university has renamed one of its buildings the Miriam Makeba Concert Hall. A gesture which she followed, a gesture which followed the awarding of an honorary doctorate on her in her lifetime. So when we say Dr. Miriam Makeba, she is aware that she tasted the honor when she was still alive. So this university, this African university did that. So this Miriam Makeba annual lecture is held in collaboration with the Miriam Makeba Foundation. Even before the lecture was introduced, this university had been working with the foundation and the Makeba family to celebrate her contribution and remarkable legacy through intergenerational dialogues, especially on her birthdays. The dialogues would cover various thematic aspects of her life, including music and intellectual property rights, internationalism, humanism, Pan-Africanism, the use of African languages like Kiswahili, cultural activism, cultural diplomacy, food security, political resistance, and the fight for justice. That was Miriam Makeba. So the first annual Miriam Makeba lecture was delivered by former Minister Dr. Nkosazana Dlamini Zuma in 2023, while the Princess of Africa, May Yvonne Chaka Chaka, delivered the second one last year. This year's lecture is held within the framework or the auspices of the Makeba Cultural Diplomacy Engaged Scholarship Project in the Thabo Mbeki African School of Public and International Affairs. It is through engaged scholarship that the university interfaces with communities and communities of practice to create and co-create knowledge. I am therefore excited that in today's program, we have a track of scholars and researchers who will share their scholarly insights about Miriam Makeba from different perspectives, including music, history, language, and media studies. You were told earlier on about a documentary that will be, given some sort of a look into later on in the program. Finally, ladies and gentlemen, although I'm saying finally, doesn't mean that I'm finishing. So finally, the theme of this year's lecture is Aluta Continua, the life and legacy of the late Dr. Miriam Makeba, 30 years after the 1994 political settlement in South Africa. Do you know that there are many people who always shout, Viva, Viva, and when you ask them, what do you mean by Viva? They don't know. And there are many people who say, Aluta Continua. What do you mean? They don't know. I assume that we know in this particular space. This is a very rich theme and communicates a lot of things. In my view, it speaks to us in a subtle way. It reminds us of where we are as a people. It serves to remind us that the struggle continues even after the 1994 political settlement, especially by those who negotiated this post-1994 unfreedom at the table of Codesa. There is a difference between post-1994 and post-apartheid. We're not talking about post-apartheid because it doesn't exist. What exists is we have passed 1994 after that settlement. So those of us, like Meleta Mbuli, who said, not yet Uhuru, understand that we have not yet experienced a post-apartheid state. We continue to live in a post-1994 apartheid state. That is why we say Aluta Continua, because it is not yet Uhuru. Aluta Continua. I really say Aluta Continua. The struggle continues because there is something to struggle about. The struggle continues because the ideals of the liberation struggle have not yet been realized. Aluta Continua because African people remain a conquered people. That is why a brother from Ghana, and I won't tell you his name, he posed the following painful question recently, last month in fact. He said, and I quote, "For how long post-independence Africa will be held to ransom by neo-colonial puppets? How long? And closer to home, for how long will South Africa, Tanzania, be held to ransom by neo-apartheid puppets? For how long?" Aluta Continua because black people remain a conquered people. That which Miriam Makeba was fighting for, has it been realized? So a conquered people is culturally cancelled. A conquered people celebrates its own conquest. A conquered people celebrates its conqueror's loss, like Roman Dutch law and constitution, and says it's the best thing to have ever happened to them. That is a conquered people. A conquered people celebrates the conqueror's languages, the conqueror's identity, education, belief systems, and spirituality, and the worldview. A conquered people is divided and hates itself, like your xenophobia. A conquered people is landless in its own land. A conquered people is a slave and a walking corpse. A conquered people is the exploited in the land of plenty. A conquered people does not produce its own food. A conquered people loves colonial borders of the Berlin Conference of 1884 and 1885. A conquered people does not own the economy. But more importantly, a conquered people sings the songs and hymns of their own oppressors, like this term. A conquered people remains mentally colonized. A conquered people seeks affirmation from its own oppressor. A conquered people is not confident that they can do things without involving the oppressor. That is why Aluta continua, and that is why it is not yet Uhuru. It is worth mentioning at this stage, and as a matter of fact, that it was then President Thabo Mbeki who appointed Miriam Makeba, or assigned her the role of South Africa's Goodwill Ambassador. And it was under Dr. Nkosazana Dlamini-Zuma, as the then Minister of Foreign Affairs, that Miriam Makeba served in this diplomatic role. It is thus wondrous that the annual Miriam Makeba lecture is hosted under the auspices of the Thabo Mbeki African School of Public and International Affairs in this African university, and that the inaugural lecture was delivered by Dr. Nkosazana Dlamini-Zuma. How beautiful is that? Ladies and gentlemen, so this is not supposed to be a speech, but rather a dedicated commentary meant to give an exposition of this event and the reason for hosting such a lecture in honor of none other than Mama Africa in this African university. Program Director, ladies and gentlemen, I am confident that I have done exactly what you asked me to do. And ladies and gentlemen, let us enjoy the lecture. Thank you.
Thank you so much, David. Indeed, not yet Uhuru. We have a long way to go. We simply cannot lie to ourselves. We must continue until we see the Africa that we desire. And this cannot be an eschatological hope in the sweet by and by. This has to happen right here, right now. And it starts with all of us in this room. Friends, today I'm thrilled to invite once more our guest cultural group, Ditautsa Koma. Are you here, guys? Well, it's your time. Let's have you over to the stage. Ditautsa Koma. While they come down, ladies and gentlemen, I trust that you are enjoying the rich discussion that is taking place. It has indeed given us food for thought. We simply cannot continue as the continent that is the world's mineral resources that the world treats in an extractive manner. It is our time on the continent to arise. Surely you can give them another warm round of applause. You know, it is indeed wonderful to celebrate the youth of our nation. They carry with them the cultural heritage from generation to generation to generation. What a joy. Friends, we are now going to head into some very special messages of support on this, the third annual Miriam Makeba lecture. First up, I would like to invite from our Miriam Makeba Foundation, I would love to invite Ms. Tato Mahatu. Welcome. Let's hear more about the work of the Miriam Makeba Foundation with special reference to the Center for Girls.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you for inviting me here. And Honorable Deputy Minister, we are very thankful that you are here. So I am not going to take long. I just want to go straight to the point. So what normally happens when a legend like Miriam Makeba, and not only her, what normally happens when she passes on, and not just a musician, even people that are in business and so forth, the people ask, but what happened to the legacy? What happened to our foundation? Why do the people fight afterwards? What happens? Because afterwards nothing is working, and nothing is actually going forward like when it used to do when she was still alive. And the answers are easy, because we are not united as Africans. And those questions will remain being there. Why? Because the Ubuntu spirit has died. So unfortunately, people like Miriam Makeba had that spirit of Ubuntu. And if she passes on, it's so difficult to take on such a legend's spirit and take it forward. So can you imagine for the family? Can you imagine for her children and her grandchildren that were supposed to take the spirit forward? And what does that do? It affects them emotionally, where they now have to have mental issues. Why? Because they have such a legend to take over. And on top of heavy mental health, mental health, they also start having pressure from the community, from the fans, worse from the world, because she was Mama Africa. And the world will ask, but what happened? What happened to her center? What happened to her legacy? But do they take time to really go and find out what actually happened? Do they really go? And if they see on the news, because the media is so quick to go and judge, do they go and find out if this is what happens or what is happening with their legacy, what can be done? As the media, can you imagine if we can write a good story about the Miriam Makeba? If we can involve the community through the media instead of seeing it and judging them. So I'm just saying that human just like anybody else, so is the foundation, and so is the children, the center members. And also, there will also be political interference, because every time when you read, you will hear, in the past, this is what happened. We were not even there when those things happened. But the kids, the grandchildren, had to be there when people were stealing the legacy of Mama Makeba. So can you imagine if they were fighting to keep the legacy of their own grandmother? How would you feel? And when we look at them, we're like, hi, those kids, we don't know what they're doing. That's the pressure that they're living with. Those things happened. So we're saying those are the realities that we need to talk about, so that we can obviously come up with the ways of going forward. And then you get greedy people. Greedy people will always come in to say, we want to assist the center. Listen, 67 minutes of Mandela Day, the center will be so full. Why? Because TV is there, the media is there, and people will want to show that they're bringing in things to assist the center. That day after the 67 minutes, all of those people are gone, and we are back to square one. We are back to square one, where we're still begging people to say, the center was there, and it's still there. It's a 5-hectare land that is available where Mama, you know, she can you imagine if you've never lived in South Africa for such a long time and you come back and you still want to give back? She's giving back the center to the community to say, use the center, use the land. And they come on one day, the next day they're gone. And we live in an era where, from Miriam Makeba, who was Mama Africa, if we listen to the legends, since I've been here listening to all the lectures from the lecture one, most of the women that were here, they were telling us about how Mama was assisting them. But if you listen to musicians, the upcoming musicians telling you how difficult it is to break in the industry, and then you're asking yourself, where are the Mama? Where are the Mama Africa that was there to lift others? It can't be only the 2 people, 3 people that are there, because there are other women. It doesn't mean you must be Mama's age for you to be Mama. I can still be Mama. Why? Because wherever I'm working, I have an opportunity to change other person's life. And why must it be difficult for younger women? And while we still have Bo Mama, because immediately when you are older, you have kids, you are Mama. And because of the Mama that she was, that's when the center was then, that's when she started the center. And the center is there, it's in Midrand. And after everything that I've been saying it every single year, year in, year out. The center is still not operational since 2018, and we are now 2025. And in those era, I promise you, we've been knocking each and every door. We've been writing letters, we've been asking for assistance, not because we're not doing anything, not because the kids are not doing anything, but I'm saying, please bear in mind the pressure that they have. So we, as the people that are volunteering, we're doing this from our good hearts. We're not getting paid, we're not getting, because we want to see the future of the center, you know, continuing. And we want to see the spirit of Mama Makeba continuing. And lastly, what I can really appreciate, because they say you shouldn't only talk about the bad, I really like to appreciate the support that we've been receiving from all the legends, you know, the legends that are always here. And it's always the same people. And I'm saying we really, really appreciate you, Mama, even being here, all the legends that are always here. And I think we need to now start not talking, but implementing. And on that, we've been working with the school to find initiatives that we can be doing, including the agriculture, because Mama was the FAO ambassador for FAO, the Goodwill ambassador for FAO. So we will be working on the agriculture project. And we also, with the family, we want to do a concert in November every year. That's the month that Mama passed on. But not for Mama only, but for the legends. So that when Mama, if anything happens to her, maybe to Mama, our keynote speaker, we can't now wait until the lecture. We must start with working with our foundation now. All the foundations need to be working together, and that's what Mama would have wanted. So lastly, my statement or my plea is for us to start celebrating our own people while they're still alive. And I think in 2024, I got a call from Proudly South Africa in New York. And they just wanted permission from me as the chairperson. And the only thing that they wanted to have a billboard at the Times Square. Times Square, if you've been to New York, Times Square is like one of the prime spots. So in that billboard that they had, I'm still amazed. It's such a beautiful, when you have time, just Google that it was there for a month. And the billboard said, we had Mandela. Mandela spoke for freedom in South Africa. We had Desmond Tutu. He prayed for freedom. And they had a picture of Mama. And the picture of Mama said, Miriam Makeba, she sang for freedom. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I would like to say, Miriam Makeba Foundation, you have come to the right place. The University of South Africa is deeply committed to deepening the cultural heritages of the nation, to celebrating our legends, to joining hands with you. We do not believe that the higher education sector must exist in isolation. And for that reason, this project will journey with you. We do not believe in initiatives, hit and run affairs, pull up our banner, take photographs, and tap ourselves on the back. We are committed to the long-term journey of sustainable development. And so this project will walk the mile with you until the family and the nation realizes its objectives. So Prof and David will have to make it happen. So I'd like to now invite to the podium our Kiswahili Africa representative, Ms. Faye Nicholas Shah. She will be joining us online. You know, at UNISA, we're totally hybrid. We are everywhere and somewhere all at the same time.
Africa. Program Director, I'm going to ride on the previous protocol that has been observed from the previous speaker. My name is Faye Shao. I am representative from Swahili Africa. And today I'm quite honored to be here to celebrate Mama Miriam Makeba, the icon in African music. I will just give a short message of support, and I would like to request for your permission to switch off my video so that we can have a stable connection. Well, I believe I should be the right person to just give a brief of something that connects us between South Africa and Tanzania, or I should say more than 300 million people globally. This is the song that has become a global anthem from Mama Miriam Makeba, Malaika. So Malaika song is just a song whereby a young boy is trying to talk to the young girl, telling her how much he loves her, but at least, he doesn't have enough money to marry her. So Malaika is my angel, nakupenda is I love you. Nashindwa na mali sina is that I don't have money, I would have married you. So Malaika, nakupenda malaika, nami nifanyeje, kijana mwenzio, nashindwa na mali sina we, ningekuoa malaika. So I believe next year we're going to have a band that has to perform this song. Program Director, today we are gathering here to honor the legendary figure, a true icon of Africa music and champion of human rights, Miriam Makeba, affectionately known as Mama Africa. She left an incredible mark on the world through her music, activism, and unwavering commitment to justice. As we reflect on her life and legacy, we are reminded of power of art to transcend borders, culture, and languages. Program Director, I must say, I was introduced to South Africa through the creative industry, and Mama Miriam Makeba was one of them. And another artist was Mama Yvonne Chaka Chaka and Lucky Dube. I'm from a Chaga tribe in Latin reggae music, so Lucky Dube really introduced me to South Africa. So the creative industry is doing quite a great work not only to promote their country, but also to bring vision and to inspire young people and adults to think and want to visit a place. I won't be fair enough not to mention Sarafina, the movie. It's also one of the creative arts that inspire East Africans to want to visit South Africa. I think Soweto is more famous than Santon. So we can see the power of the creative art, and I think I'm so honored that the Deputy Minister of Art and Culture is here. And it's a message that we're sending to say that it's time for us to take creative industry very serious, and we really need to invest in our creative artists. As we reflect on her life and legacy, we are reminded of the power of art to transcend borders. One notable aspect of Miriam Makeba's legacy is her strategic use of Kiswahili in her music, particularly in songs like Malaika, as I've mentioned, which become a global anthem. By leveraging Kiswahili, a language that is spoken currently by over than 300 million people globally, with an official status of African Union, SADC, and presence in international organizations like UN, Miriam Makeba was able to reach a broader audience and raise awareness about human rights, injustice in South Africa during apartheid era. Her use of Kiswahili demonstrates her understanding of the language significance as a lingua franca to connect and send message across nations. Program Director, currently we are talking about Africa Continental Free Trade, but we all know that our continent is divided in different colonial languages. So we are here to support our forefather vision of having common markets, common economy, and common language. Kiswahili is one of the languages that fits the purpose because no one owns Kiswahili. This is something that people need to understand. This is just a language that was really developed before colonial period, and during colonial time, they understand the importance of having common language, and that's why they decided to have this one language that, to invest in this one language that will help them to administer us properly. So now that we are working on economic liberation, I believe it is important for us to also use a common language, just like how Mama Miriam Makeba understood that using a well-spoken, the most spoken language in Africa, it will help her to send a message to the world about the apartheid regime in South Africa. Miriam Makeba's legacy, we shall remember her as a pioneer musician who popularized African music globally, a courageous activist who used her platform to raise awareness about apartheid and human rights, a symbol of resilience and determination in the face of adversity. A luta continua, the struggle continues. In Swahili we say, mapambano yanaendelea. As we celebrate Miriam Makeba's life, we acknowledge the struggle for justice, equality, human rights is ongoing. As we say in Swahili, mapambano yanaendelea, reminding us that our work is far from over. We must continue to promote cultural exchange and understanding, empower future generations through art and education, advocate for social justice and human rights. The previous speaker mentioned that we really lack artists that are singing meaningful challenges that we have as a continent. But I believe if we have enough institutions that is going to protect these artists, they will be in a position to sing and send the messages of injustice, corruption, and all other challenges that we have as a continent. People like Fela Kuti, Miriam Makeba, Yusundo, these people, they had they never had institution to support them, but they just joined the liberation struggle. Program director, I will conclude by saying, let us unite in determination. Mapambano yanaendelea. Viva Miriam Makeba. Asante sana Mama Africa for your enduring legacy. We at Swahili Africa, we are here to support any organization, institution, private or government or individual who wants to get more information about Kiswahili or wants to introduce Kiswahili in their institution. We are here to support you and give you technical support and strategic support. And I call for the UNISA School of Leadership to consider, now that we are talking about African, UNISA, it's an African university. I believe it's important for the student from UNISA to learn Kiswahili so that they can engage in different African philosophies, in African tradition, culture, and learn different values from Africa, like Ubuntu, Ujamaa, for us to be in a position to have a true identity as African. We really need one language that can help us to deliver the message. I appreciate the organizing committee for giving me this opportunity to share my message of support to the team. I believe they are doing a great work. And as the previous speaker said, we really have to celebrate our icon while they are alive. Asante sana.
Asante sana, Ms. Shao. Thank you so much for that heartfelt message. Ladies and gentlemen, that was our representative from Kiswahili Africa, and she mentioned the Swahili word ujamaa. And this is a beautiful word. It refers to the family. It refers to, we'll say, the familyhood, maybe not the brotherhood, the familyhood of the continent. I also love the word in Swahili, harambi, pulling together, working together, collaborating together for us so that we are not individuals trying to solve the big intractable problems of the world, but that we benefit from the collective strengths, talents, intelligences, and cultural heritages so that together we may create the Africa we desire. Ladies and gentlemen, it is now my great honor to welcome from the Embassy of the Republic of Guinea in South Africa, Mr. Vincent Kone, and he is the Minister Counselor at the Embassy. Welcome to you, sir. A warm welcome to the University of South Africa.
Good afternoon to everyone. Thank you, Program Director. The previous speaker just said that it is very important to have a common language, and you will know that about my accent. It was very better if all of us we have a common language. That will be easy for me to speak and we understand each other. But with my French accent, I will break the English. So, I will want to ask you humbly to accept my French accent in the beautiful English. Honorable Deputy Minister of Sport, Art and Culture, distinguished guests, all protocols observed. On behalf of His Excellencies, Mr. Moriba Alenkone, the Ambassador of the Republic of Guinea in the Republic of South Africa, now on a work mission in Guinea, I would like to express our sincere gratitude for inviting us to this important event, which honors Mama Miriam Makeba, a great icon in the struggle for freedom, not only for the South African people, but also for all African people. By her fight She was not only South African, she was also African and representative of oppressed people in her mind and her blood. Offering hospitality and Guinean citizenship to Mama Miriam Makeba, the President Sékou Touré, Ahmed Sékou Touré, didn't do it because it is the media publicity. No, it was a duty for a people of Guinea. Because as you know, the President Ahmed Sékou Touré was a great Pan-Africanist. And also, Mama Makeba was fighting for the liberty and the freedom and the dignity of all people from the Africa people. So today, under the leadership of His Excellency, the General Mamadi Doumbouya, the President of the Republic of Guinea, we are called up on to join hands and work together to ensure the continuation of this struggle, which will lead us to harmonious development. We have to work together for liberty and for dignity of the African people. Finally, I would like to make an urgent appeal to the South African government, the Foundation and the Mama Africa family to cooperate together in restoring the value of Mama Africa's home in Dalaba, Republic of Guinea. That is a symbol of our cultural and political unity between our two countries. May the relationship between Embassy of Republic of Guinea in South Africa, with the Thabo Mbeki African School, Miriam Makeba Foundation, and Miriam Makeba families go ahead. Long life to South African Guinea cooperation. A luta continua. Thank you very much.
Well, I think the erasing of the African borders have begun. Let us continue to erase and break those boundaries so that we can discover the power of collective action. Friends, we are now moving into our academic reflections. It's going to get hotter. I know last night was thunder, lightning, hail. Hail, I saw hail like about this big. But in here, it's getting hot. Mlilo. And the other right word is, it'll come to me. So, I want to say thank you for enjoying with us. We are now going to welcome Ms. Firdaus Bulbulia, who is going to share with us about the screening of the documentary. Over to you, Ms. Firdaus Bulbulia.
Good afternoon, everybody. It's wonderful to be here and wonderful to see this commitment to Mama Africa. I feel quite emotional as I stand here. We traveled to Guinea, and we want to thank our embassy who assisted us as we traveled on this long road to the house in Guinea. We went to Conakry, and then we went to Dalaba. And we went with Zenzile, who was quite emotional when we got there. It was quite an emotional trip for all of us. I'm South African, I'm of Indian descent. I think I grew up with the story of Miriam Makeba as a young person. She's an icon, she's somebody we all revered. We wanted to meet, we wanted to know. We knew her music, we sang and we danced and we loved. And so going there was quite emotional for me. And I really felt every bit of that, arriving in Guinea. Guinea, in so many ways, is such an important country for us as Africans. It's such an important home. It's somewhere where we felt really loved and felt connected. And so even in the dusty roads, even in the challenges of what it was, even in the long drive, because it's a 5-hour drive from Conakry all the way to Dalaba. There was an accident on the road, we were pushed on the side, there was all of these delays, but throughout it all, sitting with the granddaughter, having her tell us the stories, talking about the way that they drove, the places they were at, the people that they met, the growing up in that country, gave me goosebumps as it gives me goosebumps right now. But not to spend too much time, I do want to invite Mr. Faith Isiak Pere, who worked with Mama Makeba since he was 19 years old. He's now 70. He just turned 70 on the 27th of March. And Faith is my husband. And so for us together to travel this path that he had traveled before was really quite emotional. And Faith is the director of the documentary, but he, in 1984, made his first documentary on Mama Miriam Makeba for the BBC. So he's had a long journey, a long history, and he worked with her on the Children of Africa concert that took place in Nigeria as well. So he can talk a bit more about that story just as we get into, because we were told to keep it short. The segment that we show you is very short, it's only 7 minutes, but I'd like Faith to say something, and I know that he's going to be more emotional than me. Thank you.
Hello. Hi. I'm not a diplomat, I'm not a politician, I'm just an African, and it's very important for me just to say a few words, because I'm here today because of Mazi. Okay, because at the age of 19, 20, I was introduced to Mazi, and it changed my life. Okay, and the thing about Mazi is that we're talking about languages. We're talking about, that didn't matter to Mazi. What mattered to Mazi is what you have in your soul. She was a mother to me for more than 40 years. I traveled the whole continent with Mazi. I travel all over the world with Mazi. And there are two people here, apart from my wife of 31 years. There's Brother Sipo here, who's known me for nearly 50 years. So if I lie, we say to him, And then my sister, Mara, because I think they're the only 3 people who know me in this room. But it doesn't really matter, because what happened is that Mazi showed me what it was like to be an African at the age of 19, 20. And as she traveled around the world with me, she told me everything I needed to know what to be an African is like. There's just a few incidents that I just want to share with you, just to really show who Mazi was. I always like to tell this story to people, because she was like a mother to me. On one visit, I went to meet with her, to visit her at home in Brussels. She came to the door, she opened the door, she saw me, and she said, "You look terrible." And she said, "Okay, sit, I'm gonna cook, we're gonna eat, and you're gonna sleep." I sat, she cooked, she called me, she fed me, and then she took me to her main bedroom, and she said, "This is the most comfortable bed in the apartment, this is where you're gonna sleep." I slept on her bed, she woke me up 10 o'clock the following morning. She had to sleep in the spare room. And that's who Mazi was to me, a mother. We had a period when Bongi died in 1984. We were going to go and shoot the film I was doing on her life for the BBC in Guinea, but we couldn't, because she was just in a bad space, but she shared all that feeling with me when we decided to go and do the film in Ivory Coast, in Cote d'Ivoire. And we spoke about Bongi, and there were times she just cried, and I let the camera roll, you know, because I know that this is my mother, and I've got to give her the space so that she can get it. And in 1984, I was only 29, and Mazi was sharing her life with me. So for me, it was an honor, you know, for her to believe in a young man that she could then really share her life, an intimate part of her life with. And I was there, and she was a mother to me, and I listened, and I listened. There are 54 countries on the continent. I think my time with Mazi, we traveled to at least 40 of them. So when I talk about being an African, it's because Mazi told me what's in the heart of us as African people. I was born in Nigeria, but I left Nigeria when I was 11 years old. I was born in the Delta region of Nigeria. Then at the age of 11, I was put in the concrete jungle of London. I went to school where I was only one of 4 black kids in the whole school. When white people saw me walking down the street of South London, they didn't see faith. They just saw an African child. So it didn't matter to them whether I'm from Nigeria, South Africa, Ghana, Guinea, Egypt, or whatever. All they saw was an African child. So from the age of 11, you know, I knew that I was an African. And then when I met Mazi, she reinforced that in me. Another thing that happened that I want to talk to you about, in 1985, I'm sure those of you, not the young ones, there was a big thing in London called Live Aid that Bob Geldof was doing. Okay, and Live Aid was a concert that was being done to raise funds for Ethiopia at that time. Mazi and I were watching Live Aid from his hotel in Piccadilly, and she was getting angry. She was pacing up and down, up and down, up and down, because Bob Geldof made one big mistake. During that show, he was raising money for Africa, but there wasn't one African artist on stage. Mazi pacing up and down. I just said to her, "Mom, why are you angry?" She said, "Why is it there's always white people doing things for us?" So she just looked at me and said, "You should be doing that." You know, I was flabbergasted. And all I said to her, "Mom, yes, I can do it if you give me the opportunity." And she said, "Of course, I'll be there for you." This was in 1985. And in 1987, Mazi, Brahu, and I set up an organization called Children of Africa with the aim to do a Live Aid, an African Live Aid in Africa at some point. I'll cut the long story short. In 1990, Mazi sent me to South Africa to meet with Makeba to present the idea of African Live Aid to Makeba. I came and my life changed once again. Makeba loved the idea so much, he agreed to be patron of Children of Africa. And Mazi, myself, and Brahu, we finally did the Children of Africa concert in Nigeria in 1991. And we had the privilege of having artists from all over the world, more than 19 artists from all over the world. And at that time, he also became a presidential project under Babangida in Nigeria. And it's so, what I'm trying to say is that Mazi didn't talk, she just did. And everything she did was for Africa. Before that, I'm sure you all know the Graceland Tour. Mazi was part of that. We recently interviewed Paul Simon in New York, talking about that tour and the role that Mazi played in that tour and making that tour acceptable to everybody around the world. The support that Mazi gave to, because Paul Simon was the only white person on stage. All the other artists were African artists. I was with them on that tour all throughout. And that I knew that Mazi was this icon. Mazi, to me, was the first and only African global icon. And she didn't care she came from South Africa. She was African. She was the first Pan-Africanist that I met. Yes, the Guineans will always claim everything, yes. But my brother from Guinea, don't forget, the first passport that Mazi got was from Nyerere in 1962. Because when Mazi was refused, said that she could come back to South Africa, it was Nyerere who said to her, you don't need to go back to South Africa, you are an African. And Nyerere gave Mazi her first African passport. I'm just going to conclude by saying that I'm going to give a challenge to UNISA. I'm a storyteller, I'm a filmmaker, okay? For those of you who don't know me, but Brad Sipo and my sister Mara will know, you've all probably heard of Nollywood. We started Nollywood in Nigeria more than 33 years ago. Now everybody talks about it. So the role of the media is a very important thing for us as Africans telling our story. In 1996, Gov told us that our story have always been told by outsiders, by whites, he said. And he went on to say, what kind of people let their story be told by outsiders? That time has come where we must go and do research so we can tell our own story. As it is at the moment, Sipo is one of our main narrators. We're doing a series at the moment, okay, that we're calling Miriam Makeba, okay, the Pan-African voice of unity and liberation. And the challenge that I'm going to throw to UNISA is that the story of Miriam Makeba, I say to people, is a story of the liberation of us as people on the continent. So the series is actually looking at the history of Africa over the last 80 years. And I'm working with a young man at the moment, and he said to me yesterday, Uncle Faith, there's so much wonderful material here. And I said to him, there's one thing I learned from the BBC when I was, I'm a product, I'm sorry to say, I'm a product of the BBC. And there's one thing they've always said to me is that every story has its natural length. Our stories as African have its natural length. And I'm going to challenge UNISA that they should come on board and be a partner of this wonderful story of a documentary series on Miriam Makeba, okay, the Pan-African voice of unity and liberation. Thank you very much. And we just have a very short 7-minute clip just to give you an idea of the soul and heart of Miriam Makeba.
And along the cherished view.
West wind, blow it gentle over the souls of Africa. My sons, proud and noble, here within my heart they lay. Dark cloud hanging over, nest thy bosom, strong and free. Make us free from exploitation and strife, because nothing is more precious in life. West wind, with your splendor, take my people by the hand. Spread your glory, sunshine, unify Mother Africa now. Unify my precious land. Unify us, don't divide us. Unify us, don't divide us. We don't need that now, Lord. Let us not fight over trivials. Let us learn how to love ourselves first, because unification is the thing. I said unification.
It is known that Africa only had black people. Europe had white people. Asia had yellow people. Now, it is absurd to say that we Africans were not in Africa when white people first came. And secondly, the conqueror writes history. They came, they conquered, and they wrote. Now, you don't expect people who came to invade us to write the truth about us. They will always write negative things about us. And they have to do that because they have to justify their invasion in all the countries. It's like saying when the Europeans went to America, there were no Indians there. It's ridiculous because they were there. I know that my people were there. We don't write our history. It has always been handed down to us orally by our elders. Of course, the white man came and he writes history. In fact, you don't know anything about any place until the white man gets there. Like my husband always says, it's like saying, well, until the white man comes to any place, nothing lives. It's only when he comes and says, boof, I've discovered you, now you exist, which is ridiculous. And that is why I have to say the things I say in my performances, because I know, again, that I am right. And because I am right, I know I will win, because the truth shall never be covered by lies.
When you see an individual white boy, you're not afraid of that individual white boy. What you are afraid of is the power that he represents, because behind him stands the local police force, the state militia, the army, the navy, the air force. When you see an African, there is no power behind him. There is no one speaking for his interests. There is no one to protect him. Caribbean is full of black people. And our mother continent, Africa, there is to be found millions and millions and millions and millions of black people. Black power means all of these millions and millions and millions and millions and millions and millions of black people coming together to form black power.
Well, let us talk about our own. Unify, Mother Africa now. Unify, my precious land. Do you hear me, my brothers? Do you hear me, my sisters? Do you hear me, my friends? Do you hear me, Mama? Do you hear me, Daddy? Do you hear me, everybody? I said, unify us, don't divide us, don't divide us, unify us, don't divide us. West wind, with your splendor, take my people by the hand. Well, I spread your glory, sunshine, unify, Mother Africa, unify this, my precious land. Unify us, don't divide us, don't divide us, unify us.
Unify Africa. Do not divide Africa. Thank you for that beautiful encapsulation of the life and work and voice of Dr. Miriam Makeba. Sir, I was thinking if Nollywood needs some masala wasala, I'm available. I hear that you do have a Genevieve, one of your popular stars. My name is also Genevieve, so do consider me. And so we must unify. Ladies and gentlemen, by the year 2050, the population of the African continent is set to double. This will mean that across the continent, we will have well over 2 billion people. This has implications for the whole world, because a large proportion of the people of the world will come from this continent. Now is the time for Africa to unite. Now is the time for us to look at how we can create that vision of Africa that will be home for all the children of Africa. No longer do we want the youth of Africa dying in the Mediterranean because the leaders of Africa refuse to have a heart for the continent. Now is the time that we must collectively work for the liberation of the continent. Ladies and gentlemen, I have 2 more academic reflections, following which we're going to hear from the representative of Dr. Miriam Makeba's family, and we will be having Mr. Aaron coming to speak to us. First up, I would love to invite to the podium Professor Neo Lahotla Raumpi. I need glasses. Ramopi. And Prof is from the University of Free State. Over to you, Prof. Sorry for crashing that.
I feel like I'm a baby after hearing all the presentations about Mama Africa. I've brought all my traditional weapons here. I don't know how to start this presentation, but I want to say that I'm born in Lady Selborne, and then I'm from Harankua. I had the privilege to work for Robben Island Museum from 2000 to 2003, and I got a Ford Foundation Fellowship to study everywhere in the world, and I chose to go to Howard University in Washington, D.C. And the reason why I went to Howard University, I wanted to be in a university where people look like me. I have read about Howard University before. Brother Stockwell Michael, who changed his name to Sequatore. Maybe that speech was made at Howard University. He was at Howard University. The Black Power movement was started on the building of my history department. So I was conscious what I wanted to do because I wanted to write the history of Robben Island. My brother, you talk about Womgoff saying we must write our history. This book will be launched next month, and we'll make a plan so you can get a copy. Not only you, Brasipo, no African has written the history of Robben Island. I'm the first. I'm 58 years old. I'm turning 58. I'm 57 years old. I don't know. Okay, the only reason I was able to write it is because I worked on Robben Island, so I had access. So this book is written from the oral history interviews because they said we don't have culture. So I was turning that paradigm upside down. Now I got to Washington in the fall of 2003. I flew out of OR Tambo on the 23rd of August, and then I landed in America on my birthday. I was 35 years old. I became a Pan-Africanist because of Miriam Makeba. Not here at home, outside. So you have to cross the Atlantic Ocean to study African history because our universities have not done that. My entire university education until my master's, I never heard about Cheikh Anta Diop. I never heard about Walter Rodney. Okay? So the challenge that my brother has given to UNISA, it's an important challenge. The Miriam Makeba Foundation, it's in Midrand. My house is in Midrand. I want to come and help. I don't want to be paid. I'm teaching at the University of the Free State in Bloemfontein. Last year, this is part of what Miriam Makeba has done to us. Last year, a student came to my office and said, I've never had a black African professor teaching me. This is 2024. My entire higher education in South Africa was never taught by a white or an Indian or a colored lecturer or doctor or a professor. Okay? I had to cross the Atlantic Ocean to go to Washington, D.C., where I was taught by African American professors, African professors from the Congo, African professors from the Caribbean, where I didn't look different with my hair. I'm writing, the reason why I was invited to this podium, I'm writing a book on Miriam Makeba. I've titled it Mama Africa, The Exiled Years in America and in Africa. When I was in Washington, D.C. for 3 years, writing, my PhD is on struggle songs, Izingoma Zomzabalazo, in South Africa, but with Robben Island as a case study. Every time I was in the Library of Congress, punching songs, South African songs, Miriam Makeba came. From 1959, I was able to upload everything that was written on Miriam Makeba. So I have an archive on Miriam Makeba in America. I don't have anything. My brother from Guinea and my sisters from there, so I need to come to I don't have French at all, so we'll help each other. I need to read and get anything that has been written on Miriam Makeba. My brother has done a documentary, and my sister will help each other. There are 4 things that I want to do on writing this book. I just want to mention them. I want to look at the historical issues on culture. Throughout our universities in South Africa, they said we don't have culture. Okay? And Mama Africa and all the artists, Bomeba, Mahotela Queens, Brasipo, all the things, Brahugh Masekela was launching his book in Washington, D.C., I think 2024, 2025. We walked with my friend to the book launch and we said, "Who's it, Brahugh?" And he jumped. He left everything and he hugged us. You know, that's the Ubuntu, that which we have. Because he was like, "Majida, where are you coming from here?" We said we're studying here. 2005. I'm teaching history in the South African University. I'm teaching decolonizing and Africanizing history. I teach the history of the Cold War. Part of the Cold War, we focus on Africa. We look at the Congo crisis. When I start on the Congo crisis, I play Miriam Makeba on Lumumba. And I said to my student, "Why do you think Miriam Makeba is singing about Patrice Lumumba?" So I'm not a professor who say, "Go and read 50 chapters." I say, let's listen to the music, and the student will go. I seduce them with the music, and they go and read. Because now they see that Miriam Makeba is very important, Patrice Lumumba is very important, Samara Machel is very important, all the people that Miriam Makeba has sang about. So when I was doing my research on Miriam Makeba, I saw that the Negro Digest I don't know if we have access it here in our university, but I was working from my library, Harvard University, and in the Library of Congress. The Negro Digest from 1959 to 1975, I don't know when Miriam Makeba and Kuturi left America, but from 1959 to 1975, they focus on Makeba. So you have pictures. All of us here, we talked about Miriam Makeba, Mama Lo. She was so beautiful. She was so beautiful. So the 5 things that I want to focus on this book is the historical issues on culture, why artists, and in particular Mama Africa, focus on that. And then I want to look at her journey from South Africa into exile. And then I want to look when she arrived in America. When I got to Howard University, the professor I was working with, Professor Joseph Harris. He's a pioneer on African diaspora scholarship. I told him I'm from South Africa, and he said, Mama Africa. And he told me that now we know South Africa because of Miriam Makeba, of her music, even when we didn't hear, because she was singing in the African language, which is so important for all of us who speak African languages. But Miriam Makeba will introduce the song and conscientize them. He said that African Americans, they were introduced the anti-apartheid struggle through Mama Africa songs. So those are the things that I want to look at. I want to look at Makeba setting herself in the diaspora, her influence in America and in the diaspora. So when I say I became a Pan-Africanist because of Miriam Makeba, as I was going through her articles, I was seeing her fashion style, the way she dressed, her hairstyle. African Americans started to dress like her, okay? She won Grammy Awards. How did that influence America? Because, you know, her music was banned here. The United Nations, I was able to go into the United Nations website. I'm planning to go there. This is another angle I want to look at, cultural diplomacy. Miriam Makeba represented the ANC, represented South Africa, represented the Pan-Africanist Congress, represented the other African countries. I hear Miriam Makeba had more than 10 passports. It will be so nice to see those passports that he have, so I can put them in a book. In Washington, D.C., they have an African American Museum of Culture. It's got all those levels, but because my focus is on music, last March I was doing my research in America and the Caribbean. I went into the floor that talks about music. Miriam Makeba is there, Fela Kuti is there, Bob Marley is there. The power that they presented, okay? I teach through images. So the Miriam Makeba pictures that are uploaded from the United Nations, they are beautiful. They show this grace about ourselves, that if our girl learners can see them and hold themselves in the way that Miriam Makeba had throughout her life. Okay, I've never seen Miriam Makeba's thigh. Okay, I've watched everything on her. Okay, not everything, but I am really attracted by what I don't see. Our kids now, they don't wear anything, you know. So maybe if we can talk about Miriam Makeba more. I don't want to politicize Miriam Makeba. I'm South African. The only years I didn't live in Africa is 3 years when I was studying in Washington, D.C. All my life I've lived here. I don't want to politicize But I really think that our government must come to the party on issues of culture. It's very, very important. It's very, very important because I voted my government into power. We have problems of NAFSAs. If we're going to talk about a luta continua, I mean, last year I have a student, a female student who got into my class, a female student. She hasn't done her assignment. And I say, where are your assignments? He said, Prof, we haven't received funding. These kids, they need to buy pads. They need to eat. My professor salary, I cannot, my wife will kill me. I cannot give it to. But I'm mentioning these things because these things are happening to our black children. They are not happening to, I have white students in my class, they never come to my class and say, Professor, I need money to buy food. So, I want to go to war if it means we need to fix these things, because there's no way that we can live like this. There's no way we can live like this. And if we are going to say a luta continua, like you, my brother, I'm not a politician, I'm a historian. But if we're going to put a luta continua in the title of Miriam Makeba, we need to do something. We really need to do something about this country. I want to conclude on a very positive note. When I had to frame talking about struggle songs using Ngoma Zomzabalos on Robben Island in South Africa, I had to start with Miriam Makeba to say, Miriam Makeba sang that song. You know, in Setswana we don't have the clicks, so we don't have the cue, we don't have the, but that song is that song is about, she sings about Robert Sobukwe, Basetrongweni, Mandela, Basetrongweni, Sisulu, Basetrongwe. Miriam Makeba did not only talk about the ANC who were in prison. That's how Pan-African she was to the end. Okay, so I had to bring Miriam Makeba to say, I cannot talk about the struggle songs without talking about how Miriam Makeba saw this archive. The song is our archive because no one has censored it, like the material that are in the archives. The last point I want to make is that when the generation of Nelson Mandela of the 60s, Professor Neville Alexander, Professor Dennis Brutus, you know, they were brutalized on Robben Island, Ahmed Kathrada, when they were asking or demanding to get records for music, vinyl records, Madiba requested for Miriam Makeba. So the prison walls did not prevent Makeba's work to get onto Robben Island. Madiba on Robben Island listened to Miriam Makeba. Ahmed Kathrada on Robben Island listened to the African American, the one who played Brutus. I can't remember his name, an African guy, because the apartheid government didn't know that this guy is an activist. So, ladies and gentlemen, I just say, all of us who are teaching across the curriculum, you need to bring the songs into the classroom. You need to bring Brasipo. Brasipo, I'll invite you. You can do it on Zoom. But you know, you can drive with me to Bloemfontein 5 hours, and I can hear everything about. Brasipo, I can fly you. I have research funding that I can fly you. I don't fly because those small planes, they do this and I can't stand it. For 30 minutes, I can't stand it. So I drive every Friday from Bloemfontein to my home and I go back on Monday. And I can listen to Miriam Makeba. My old Mercedes-Benz still plays CDs. I can listen to Miriam Makeba. That's scholarship for me, and I go to the classroom, I can teach. I don't want to take a lot of your time, but I'm saying we need to bring the songs into the classroom so that our students can understand the heritage and the culture that they have. Thank you. Come closer. Come closer. Neo lekgotla la Garamopi.
Thank you, Professor Neo Lekgotla la Ramupi. Indeed, we need the songs of Africa entwined, embedded in the African curriculum. It will work wonders in our midst. So Ntate Sipo, before the University of Free State flies you there, remember UNISA will soon be even having its own airline and aviation. So I think here would be a good base of operations and others can benefit. Prof? No, it's happening, it's coming. Watch this space. We are going higher and higher at UNISA. Friends, it was an absolute delight to spend the day with you. I will be shortly handing over the baton to our colleague, our advocate Ras Sipo Mantula of the Thabo Mbeki School. And so, before I do that, I would be calling on a final academic reflection. We're going to have Ms. Nomfundo Kulava Janchis. Kaluva Janchis. You know, shared learning. She comes from the University of Cape Town. Let's welcome her from the West Coast. Over to you.
Good afternoon, and all protocol observed. It's not often I stand at a podium and my face shows above it, and I'm in high heels at the moment, and normally I have to get a crate and stand on something, so I'm gonna have to fly this podium with me. I'm sure UNISA you've got many of these. Firstly, what an honor and a great pleasure to be here this afternoon, to be invited by the Thabo Mbeki School. I'm going to try and be very short. I'm cognizant of time, and also because I have to catch a flight back to Cape Town, so I can't be the one who delays the program. Just in a nutshell, I did my studies at the University of Cape Town, and when I finished my undergrad, I felt like I needed to do more, and I wanted to do a master's degree. And I hadn't written a thread of academic work ever in my entire life. And I remember thinking about how throughout the curriculum back then, which was quite a while ago, there was very little available about South African jazz musicians and women in the arts. And when I scoured the corridors of the library, of the music library at UCT, there was hardly anything there. And when I think about it now, I think that should have been the red flag to perhaps choose a different topic. But in actual fact, I think it was the thing that really cemented the need to do the work. And so we went on a mission to order Miriam Makeba CDs from abroad. And so that should tell you everything you need to know about the issues of copyright and the issues of the archive and who the real owners thereof are. But that's a story for another day. I am a performer, songwriter, an academic, a recording artist, always deeply rooted in the tradition of Miriam Makeba.
She has been a lifelong subject of my work, not only in writing, but also on the stage. I think so much has already been spoken about Miriam, and so the notes that I have here that people have already mentioned, I will skip over and kind of offer stuff that I think maybe hasn't been covered as yet. Fast forward all these years, as I now continue the work of Miriam Makeba, I went to business school in 2018, and when I finished my MBA in 2020, I decided, you know, I wanted to do a doctorate, but in business. And my colleagues and friends in the academic fraternity persuaded me that I needed to go back to the humanities and do the doctorate on Miriam. A work and a subject that I'd done all those years ago continues to be beside me till today. And so the less said about the doctoral project, the better for now. Don't ask me about it, ask me about it in 4 years' time. The idea, I think, for me, Miriam Makeba, when I started studying Miriam Makeba for my master's at the music school, I was 22 years old. And now I'm a proud 40-year-old woman who understands Miriam Makeba in a completely new light. And I think this is interesting because I think the older I grow, or the older I get, the better I understand who Miriam Makeba was. There are certain things, I think, as a 19, 20, or even 22-year-old, that I just didn't have access to intellectually to understand who Miriam was. And so she continues to be someone who is reintroduced to me every time I encounter her work based on where I am and my level of understanding. And so for me now, my occupation or my preoccupation with Miriam is to forward her as an intellectual. Really to move beyond recognizing and celebrating Miriam Makeba as a singer, but rather as a thinker. And one of the scholars that I quote and I write about or refer to their work in my research papers argues that scholars are not the only intellectuals, that artists are intellectuals as well, and many other people who work outside of the academy. Because the art, Miriam Makeba's voice, the music, did not happen out of nowhere. There is cognitive activity that's going on there. There's an intellectualization and a strategic attempt at shaping the public's perception and also conscientizing the public around the world what was happening in South Africa. And so I think for me, I was thinking, I really shouldn't get on the podium because as scholars we tend to be quite controversial sometimes because we say things that are slightly inconvenient. And so I'm going to take a chance hoping that you'll still invite me back again, you know. But I'd like for us to problematize, even if it's just for a moment, this notion of Mama Africa and maybe start questioning how does it help us to expand the legacy or does it actually hold the legacy back? And I'll tell you why, because I think when we keep, and there's nothing wrong with it because she was a mother, she is a mother, that we cannot deny. But because she was a woman, the Mama Africa framing limits how the depth and the scope of her work as an intellectual, of her work as someone who was a pioneer, someone who was a struggle stalwart, someone who was a thinker, someone who was a strategizer, and someone who was just a friend and a sister. Right? If you think about the songs, and I talk about songs and performance as an episteme, that Miriam Makeba singing that repertoire is one of the biggest contributions of new knowledge or knowledge in as far as our cultural landscape is concerned. We don't have to talk about it, we just have to listen to the music. What I always say to my students, that I don't have to tell you what happened in 1960. You just have to listen to the music. And so it becomes deeply problematic when we stop playing the music, because the result of stopping playing the music is that the erasure, everything goes away. And then the issue of language as well, I think is really an important one to touch on when we think about the role of language in, or as Ungugi, Wationgo says, to sing in your native language or in your vernacular language as an act of decoloniality. And absolutely, because Miriam Makeba went on stages all over the world singing in indigenous African languages. Not that she didn't sing in English and other languages, but the fact that she knew that she could sing to an audience of 1,000 people who did not speak her language and yet was able to connect. And the strategies and the communication strategies and priming audiences in the intros before the songs are really, you know, this idea that when I tell you, you know, because I've told you what I'm going to sing about. Even if the song is in a language you don't understand, I've told you what the song is about. And so you cannot walk out of my performance and pretend like you don't know what's happening, right? And so it was always this kind of negotiation between really holding true to the roots of who she was as an African, but also making sure that there was a message that she needed to deliver. And she really used language in a very powerful way in as far as this is concerned. You mentioned earlier, Prof, a book. I think I see Prof. Sikhalo in the audience here. And you mentioned and maybe I might be mistaken, the book you speak about that has these women, Inyati ibuzwa kwabaphambili, theorizing South African women's intellectual histories. And the author of the Miriam Makeba chapter in that book is in fact myself. And so when we talk about, when we talk about this kind of rebellion, it's really not, I mean, it's rebellious, but actually it's women exercising agency. And I think Miriam Makeba is the quintessential example of a woman who lived by her own rules. And I am deeply, deeply troubled, if I may, by the way in which the men in Miriam Makeba in Miriam Makeba's life have written about her. And this is what we're not really talking about enough. That we always mention the men in her life, whether it was men she was married to or whether men she worked with. And when you read their accounts of Miriam in their books and in their, it's disturbing how they write about Miriam. Actually. It's very disturbing how, and the infantilization, as if Miriam Makeba was this person that needed to be managed, that needed to be protected and guided all the time. She was not discovered. She was who she was, right? And so I think we must be very skeptical about any framing that seeks to dismantle her agency from herself. When we think about the Grammy Award that she won with Harry Belafonte, we think about the repertoire on that album. You know, it's easy to say it was folk, but what is folk? It was African, it was South African. You know, this kind of wanting to create the idea that African musicians couldn't write music or create art that was worthy of, you know, these big awards. And you think about the repertoire, and you think about what it takes to teach people that repertoire. And you think about, you know, the people behind the repertoire. And when you look online, you know, to see who wrote this song, who wrote that song, the one website will give copyright to a Danish company, the other website will give the rights to the same song to a company in the UK, the other website, and so it's all over the place. And it didn't just land all over the place, people got it all over the place. When I think about Gallo Music and Gallo as a record label in that time, and I read the accounts of musicians and singers who were recording in that era, right, and this kind of lack of information and the will, or the lack of will to teach black musicians about royalties, about copyright. You know, it wasn't by mistake that this information was withheld, and yet now it has really huge consequences in terms of who owns the music. When you think about Miriam Makeba's album, Sangoma, you know, Sangoma, and you think about the Sangoma's repertoire as if it's free for all. So it's cruising all over the world, and when you look at the rights and the copyright accreditations, it's people who have absolutely no idea where that music comes from, but they own it. And so these are the things that I think we need to also perhaps looking towards. I mean, because we know that Miriam Makeba could sing. We know that she's got a huge discography. We know that she was Mama Africa, but that's not the only story. There are many, many other stories. And so for me, as I close, I think it's important that we unbundle Miriam Makeba's legacy. Now, legacies are complicated, and legacies are contested. People often want to do things for people like Miriam Makeba and the likes. You know, I'm thinking about having lost Sibongile Khumalo recently as well, and so many who have passed. But I find that when these icons pass, the complexity of the legacy, it increases. And so therefore, I think that Miriam Makeba, the legacy of Miriam now, it's in a bottleneck. It's not moving. It needs to go. But somewhere it's holding back because I think there's unresolved issues. And I think it's important that we teach our children and our families about the work that we do as artists. Because when we are gone, then we can no longer speak for ourselves. And we form relationships with people in the industry who help us. And then when we are no longer around, the people who helped us become the villains. And so we must have a very balanced approach in terms of how we walk in the world, the people we encounter, how we talk about our lives. But I'm reminded about the late Gloria Bosman in one of my lectures. I had the privilege of lecturing her jazz improvisation when she was at UCT only for a year, just the year before she passed. And she said to me, if we do not write about each other as black women, who is going to write about us? Because it matters who writes. And so I hope that we will continue to write about Miriam Makeba, and I hope that we will continue to write about Miriam Makeba in ways that are not gendered. And I'm hoping that we'll continue to write and listen and learn from Miriam Makeba in ways that really forward a kind of agency, being completely complacent in your femininity, in your sensuality, in your artistry, and marrying whoever you want, however many times you want, and creating the music that you want. So thank you very much. I'll leave it for there. Enjoy the rest of your afternoon.
Enkosi nomfundo. Enkosi, my dear sister, I think it has been for some time. Actually, when we had this first inaugural lecture, we've been wanting to have you in this lecture hall, even last year. So we've been searching for her for many years. I think it is very important what you have said, contested legacies and how do we unmask them. We had COVID, we are putting masks, so how do we unmask them? Moratiwa, how do we unmask the legacy of Miriam Makeba? As we are moving at a fast train now, I'll be pushing the train at a fast rail now. Aaron Kubai from the family, if you can come and give a message from the family. Aaron also has been part of the lectures, the planning, everything that we do, we've been engaging with the family. I also want to acknowledge David and the acting dean, one of the person who also, for Miriam Makeba to become a cultural ambassador, the budget and the office space was coming from Ambassador Willie Ntapo, who's sitting at the back there. So as we are talking about Mme Dlamini Zuma, both Mme Dlamini Zuma and Ambassador Willie Ntapo, they were the one who drafted the memo to cabinet to say appoint her as a cultural ambassador. You can come forward.
Good day, honorable members. Good day, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Aaron Kubai. I'm related to Mama Miriam Makeba with my father, who was the father to my late sister Zenzile, who passed on in 1985, 17th of March. Actually, this year we mark her 40th anniversary. So we'd like to say thank you for your support. Thank you for being with us. But I'd also like to thank the Deputy Minister, Mama Mabe, especially the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture, the role they played in Mama Makeba legacy. In the past years, we had a challenge regarding Mama Makeba IP right, and we had to go through some difficulties with an individual who was holding Mama Makeba's name. As today we can sit together and then celebrate her name. It was so difficult, we couldn't do anything until we speak to this person. But because of the department, they came on board and then helped us financially. We managed to go through the courts, and ultimately we managed to win back the name of Mama Miriam Makeba. I would also like to thank Brother David Letsualo and Africa. They were always there for us in those difficult times. They took their chances. You know, when you have somebody who says he owns your IP rights and then once you use it, he was going to sue you. But they took the risk. They were there for us. And thank you so much. Under the school of Papa Tawombeki. So we are just saying that with all the support and the love that we had from you, we say thank you. I will tell you a little bit of about me, how I relate to Mama Miriam Makeba. My name is Aaron Kubai. I'm the member of the late Mama Miriam Makeba family. I'm the young brother to Sesibongile, the late Sesibongile, and Jela Makeba Kubai Lee. She had 3 surnames. Yeah, Mama's name, Mama's surname, my papa's surname, and the marriage surname. And then I'm the young uncle to Zenzile Makeba Lee, Brother Lumumba, Mr. Nelson Lumumba Lee. I'm the living ancestor, so if they have any problem, they can come to me. So I'm so happy today. Got Uncle Sipho, who always be there for us when we have events. We were together at Semi Marks, Mama Maralo, and then Mama Abigail Kubeka. I thank you so much for your support. And then for you to be there, it shows that you did really have the love for Mama. And then we appreciate for that. And then I would just like to go a little bit into my late sister. She's not really remembered, and maybe possibly many people, they don't know a lot about her. To tell you the truth, she played a significant role in Mama's legacy, Mama's career, regarding the songs that she wrote. She was a singer. She was also a songwriter. So she wrote songs like West Wind that Mama was singing on Uncle Faith documentary, when she was saying, people, the West must not divide us, we must all be united. Wow. Since we realized that Africa is, we have too much wars, too much civil wars where we are not at peace. The message is still continuing. Let's not let the West to divide us. And she also written the song called, do you remember Brother Malcolm? Malcolm X from America, who was a civil rights activist. So she also wrote about Lumumba that the professor was talking about. And in the song, she mentioned Lumumba, his son, that he named Lumumba after Patrice Lumumba. Yes. And the biggest song she wrote, Aluta Continua. Wow. Yes, Aluta Continua. The struggle must continue. She wrote it because she knew one day we will be free, but economically, it will be difficult for us. You can see we even fighting for the land that is ours. But what can we do? Yes, we have to continue fighting. Aluta continue. And then I will say, thank you to Conakry, Guinea. Today, we got the spirit of my sister there. She is laying in Conakry, Guinea. Not only her and our nephew called Temba. So I would ask the people of South Africa to make sure that we keep on this relation with Conakry, Guinea, so that one day when we are in Conakry, we can step there and pass by her grave and her son. And asking all the cultural institutions to make sure that we celebrate Bongi as well. She was born in Pretoria in Marabastad, one of the historical places that we have in South Africa. So, in short, I'll say, may their soul rest in peace. And the message that is coming from the Makeba family is that on behalf of the Makeba family, we extend our deepest gratitude to Thabo Mbeki, African School of Public and International Affairs and UNISA Management for organizing the 3rd annual Dr. Miriam Makeba Lecture in 2025. Your unwavering commitment to honoring Mama Miriam Makeba legacy through meaningful dialogue and intellectual engagement ensures that her contribution to music, humanitarian activism, and Pan-Africanism continue to inspire future generations. We are profoundly touched by your dedication, to preserving her memory and advancing the values she championed. We thank you from the bottom of our hearts. Warm regards from Makeba family. Thank you. We love you.
Aaron, you could hear Aaron, he has been saying thank you many times. That shows the humanity of us. We'll move directly to the tributes now from the arts and culture sector or community. We'll have the tribute coming from Ringo Madlingosi. It will be a very short clip, and we'll connect with Metunokwe, Dr. Tunokwe from Tanzania. He will also be very short. From there, we have Uputsipo, Hostix, Renale Mehilda, Klobata as well. Those are our, what I'll call 4 legendary artists and musicians who will be sharing their life and experiences with the late Dr. Zenzile Miriam Makeba. Remember, it's the 93rd belated tribute and a birthday of Miriam, and Aaron spoke about the 40 years also of Usis Bongi Makeba. Very important that the remains of Mebongi, they are still in Guinea Conakry. It's something that we have to think deeper about it. As we are doing exhumation, repatriation of human bones, we have to think about Bongi also. Can we play the clip of Ringo Madlingosi, who was not able to come today because he's launching his album. So he had commitment to say he will definitely put us into the map about honoring Miriam Makeba. Is the clip of Ringo ready?
Greetings to you all. Let me acknowledge the University of South Africa, the Thabo Mbeki African School of Public and International Affairs, and the Makeba family for the 3rd annual Dr. Miriam Makeba Memorial Lecture. Today, we are gathered here to celebrate the life and the legacy of Dr. Zenzile Miriam Makeba, also known as Mama Africa. It has been 17 years since the big tree fell. Mama Africa left us with more questions than answers as children of Africa. With her powerful voice, she spoke truth to world power. The very first African woman and musician to address both the United Nations General Assembly and Special Committee on Apartheid in 1963 and 1964. She called for the liberation struggle to continue, the struggle to free African people in Africa and in diaspora. We pay tribute to our African cultural ambassador of note and moment, a lioness and a powerful human soul with an unwavering commitment to fight for social justice in the world and anti-apartheid activism in South Africa. While Mazie was fighting for Africans all over the world, she brought African music to global audience. And she remained a symbol of resistance against oppression of her people and Africans around the world. Today, the world talks about world music, and she was instrumental in the emergence of that culture. Dr. Zenzile Makeba was, and shall I say, is still the voice that continues to inspire hope and resilience to generations in the face of adversity and gloom. Dr. Makeba was more than a singer. Her activism extended beyond music itself. She was the voice of reason to Africans and Europeans as well. Let us continue remembering her activism to change the plight of her African children. Let us never forget of her dedication to the continent and never forget her ability to unite people through her music. She was a beacon of hope while alive, and in death, she is still a beacon of hope through her words in music. South African leaders, never let her legacy diminish. Let her image live forever. Let her songs and her lyrics continue with the clarion call, a luta continua.
That was Ringo Madlingosi Aluta continua his last clarion call. We are now connecting with Dr. Tunokwe from Tanzania. Dr. Tunokwe. We have Dr. Tunokwe on the line. Dr. Tunokwe. If you can unmute. We can hear you now.
Hello?
We can hear you loud and clear, Dr. Tunokwe. It's the technology of the land of Nyerere.
Can you bring your phone? Yeah, the video was showing, right? I'm actually here. Can you hear me now?
We can hear you loud and clear. At some point, if you need to remove the video, we can just get the voice in me. Thank you.
Oh, okay. So the technician is going to help me here. So not now, when I'm in the middle. Not now. Yeah, at some point. Yeah. Well, thank you so much for this opportunity. I have to tell you that when I got the invitation, it wasn't difficult at all to put it together because I felt the flow of inspiration. And by then, I could easily capture Mama's immense legacy and her personal impact on my life. Mama had a profound influence on the world at large. So I would ask that maybe you allow me to share with you what framework of my tribute I used to pay tribute, let me say, to this giant, this mother, this elephant. What's that? As a musical storyteller, I don't want anybody to miss the nuances of my story about Mama. So I've structured my talk in categories, like I have an introduction, personal connection, her legacy, challenges, and unforgettable moments. And then I'll close with her global impact. I get all protocol observed. It is with profound honor and humility that I stand before you today to celebrate the life and legacy of a true global icon, a trailblazer, and a woman who opened doors for so many of us, Mama Miriam Makeba. So when I received this information to render this tribute, I knew I couldn't say no to our dear mother. Though I'm currently in Tanzania preparing for two significant events on the 26th of my birthday and the 27th on Freedom Day, I made it my duty to be here on this virtual. How could I decline, my goodness, this opportunity to honor the very shoulders on which I stand? Mama was not just a musician. She was a movement. She was a voice of resistance. She was an emblem of hope for Africa and the world. As I reflect on her profound impact, I'm reminded of a personal memory that fills me with gratitude. While I was a student at the Manhattan School of Music, I was blessed with the extraordinary opportunity to perform as a backing vocalist in one of her shows during her return to New York. Well, let me say to America in general. I'll never forget the audience's overwhelming, tearful response when she appeared on stage. My goodness. After years of exile, her return was a triumphant moment of reconciliation between art, business, and politics that had clashed so intensely during her time with Dr. Stockley Carmichael. Her marriage to him having shifted the course of her career. I cherish the countless personal moments we shared. I remember vividly when she gifted me with a pair of white pearl earrings upon meeting me for the first time in New York. Those earrings, even though an invisible hand inherited them, they remain one of my most treasured possessions in absentia. Mama, in her generosity, even connected me with a granddaughter, precious granddaughter. And as students, both of us, we spent most of the time together and ended up sort of sharing an apartment. Mama marveled at the work that I was doing with Amajika in South Africa and made a heartfelt promise to serve the children when she returned home one day. And of course, I'll never forget the evening of the show. In the dressing room, we were introduced to Mr. Stockley Carmichael, who graced her show with his presence. He wanted to take a picture with us, but Mama Miriam, ever cautious, she warned us about the potential consequences of such an image. Stockley, she said with care, remember what happened to me. She carried the weight of her experiences with grace and wisdom, always protective of those around her. There was another moment that broke my heart, a conversation with Mama in her late years. I found her on the phone negotiating with an official who was trying to undermine her value, her legacy. And I heard her say, so this is what we fought for. This is why we sacrificed our family lives. And she turned to me with teary eyes and said, I couldn't even bury my own mother at home because I chose to stand as the voice of resistance for my nation. Now, is this what I get? She reminded me of the Zulu saying, esithi, umlungisi uzithela isisila, meaning those we help often are the ones who hurt us. But even in her pain, Mama Miriam remained a walking institution, a symbol of unwavering resilience. Back home in 1994, she established an orphanage that still stands today. I was honored to join her at home, bringing Amajika's arts outreach to her children. These memories, alongside many others, remain etched in my heart. And it is truly amazing how Mama continues to live in the hearts of many people around the world. In Tanzania, where I am currently working, her name is still spoken with reverence. I've encountered a beautiful singer here in Bagamoyo. Her name is Sholinda. She always hums songs constantly, songs of Mama. That's a testament to the everlasting power of Mama Miriam's legacy. And everywhere I go, when I say I am from South Africa, people exclaim, Mama Miriam, Miriam Makeba. Yes, Mazi. She was more than an artist. She was a force of nature. She gave us a voice when we were voiceless. She showed us what it meant to live with courage, purpose, and an unwavering love of one's people. Though she is no longer physically with us, her spirit remains alive in her music, her activism, and her love. As I close, I want to express my gratitude to the Thabo Mbeki School and the management of UNISA for ensuring that Mama's name is carried with dignity and honor. And indeed, souls never die. They continue the good works as willed by the Creator. Aluta continua Mama Africa, Maziv, Mama Miriam Makeba. I thank you.
Enkosi siyabonga Dr. Tunokwe from Tanzania, and happy birthday in advance. As you have heard, Mam Tunokwe, on the 26th of April, it will be one of her birthdays. Prasipo, we are calling you this time.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Tu. Dr.
Thank you.
Sipo, Prasipo, I'm even calling you doctor now, Prasipo. I'm now giving you the honor. Butsipo, in our first lecture, we did ambush him. Of Dr. Dlamini Zuma, he was ambushed, sitting where he was. So we have felt that on the 3rd annual memorial lecture, we should call him formally, and we should ask him to come and reflect as well. Thank you.
Dumela. Hey, can I English, man? I don't want to, there's so many words in English, some of them are so difficult to pronounce. But it's okay because we're human, and in our own humanity, we always accommodate others. So we'll only be fair to address them, address you guys in the language that everybody will understand. Hopefully, that everybody understands English. Gradually, we will get to a point where perhaps our languages become first languages that we speak at such events. Dr. Kaluva, Professor, by the way. Yes. One of the things you said, and which is very important for me to illustrate, is that however much we write, one of my professor friends always said, do not sanitize. And it's only fair. I hear what you say, and from the perspective that you're coming as a woman, it is very important that your space is protected. But it's just as important for us not to sanitize the truth. Right? So, we will all have our ways of writing stories and reflecting on the lives that we've lived with those that we come across. I don't know if I should read what's it up in me. I will first have to greet. I know I started wrongly. I should have done the usual thing of greeting everyone, including the professors and Professor Linkapuya, who is not here with us. You are welcome wherever you are. The Deputy Minister of Arts and Culture, Ms. Peace Mabe, who I know and I've been whispering a number of things to her. Professor Pasana, academics, all the guests of honor, my colleagues, including Mara Lowe, who was my schoolmate. She never forgets to tell people how, she always earned more than I did at school, which is okay. Which is okay. I'm happy that she earned more money than we did. And, it shows in her life. She has a very beautiful Mercedes-Benz there. Maybe that's also part of what she earned at that time. 3 years ago, I attended the Miriam Makeba lecture here in this very space of higher learning. The guest speaker on the day, for some reason, could not make it. I won't say who it was. I was hijacked. I was yanked from the audience, unprepared, to supplement and make a tribute speech. Needless to say, I was nervous as I tried to navigate my way around my unintended speech. In the audience were some of the highly learned dignitaries that included the irrepressible struggle icon, Dr. Nkosazana Dlamini-Zuma, who would give the keynote address. And what an address she gave. Experience par excellence. I have always struggled with references, particularly trying to understand what a tribute is. In my own understanding, I will try and navigate what the brief is. That notwithstanding, it remains a great privilege to be invited to pay tribute to this illustrious daughter of the soil and indeed the continent, but embraced globally. Miriam Makeba. My first encounter with Mama Miriam was in 1980. This is when, in 1980 in Lesotho. This is when many Africans descended to the kingdom to listen to her live for the first time. This was one of the most emotional reunions with her people after decades she spent in exile. Along with her was another illustrious son of the soil, Hugh Masekela. So majestic, so regal, and Mama Miriam did not disappoint with her performance. Of course, I would subsequently meet her in Brussels, where she resided. I was recording my music when, in her characteristic motherly nature, she brought my colleagues and I a homely cooked meal. And she said, "Bantwana bam, angifuni nilokuniza le rubbish le ese America. You must eat proper food cooked like you would at home." Needless to say, we were grateful for her generosity. Well, as we continued, wow, Mama Miriam dropped a bomb. Please write a song that I can sing with you on your album. What? For the first time, I sang Kiswahili. I was truly enormously humbled when she also asked me to produce her album, Welela, that included Aluta Continua. From her time, she began with the Manhattan Brothers, an African tapestry, a thread that permeates the world, was created by her music. It is through Miriam Makeba that the world was enriched. All great African musicians recognized throughout the world, including Manu Dibangu, Yusundu, Yvonne Chaka Chaka, Letta Mbuli. She also inspired the great Nina Simone and many other African Americans. We must thank UNISA for recognizing Mama Miriam and conferring her the honor with a doctorate, Dr. Miriam Makeba. A museum, a statue of Mazi is long overdue. I thank you.
Very short and to the point, and I think it was very important for Brasipo to just reflect on the history, the legacy, and when we have to pay tribute to such great cultural ambassadors. I think one aspect also that we know about this song of Aluta Continua, I think Memara will just talk about it also because it was highly contested also in terms of the IP rights. From 81 in Mozambique until it comes to Welele, and how even the change of Aluta Continua, Aluta was just left in. So there were issues around it, but let me not go there and bring Mehilda. Who I think, Miriam, if it's 93, you are 83, ne? Yeah, Lauta Mona 83. So I am correct. We might be talking of the 3 queens, but he will share with us about the 5 queens. But here is to share Melody Allah Fichenche Khulu.
Nirupa kapichenche ko la Melody Allah Fichenche di Khulu. Pala fala yalla Fichenche di Khulu. Nirupa kapichenche ko. Oh my God, my Jesus. Hallelujah. Hallelujah, hallelujah. Yeah, by the way, I'm not in church. Hallelujah. I am a Christian, I'm a Christian. Hey! Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon, our ministers. My God, from Africa and all over, the ministers from all over the world, South Africa, all over the country. And good afternoon. It's not day now, ne? Good afternoon to the teachers of Thabo Mbegi's African School. Hallelujah. Ah. My God, I'm not going to waste time. By the way, I'm a musician. I'm not a speaker. Yeah, at least everybody, you can do what your gift is. Ne? But I must really say, my God, Mom Miriam Makeba. Yes, that was our real South African top musician. And though, well, I've never performed with her. But I performed her songs while I was still young in school. Yes, our teachers would organize concerts for all different schools. And my God, we would be singing all of Miriam Makeba's songs, Dorothy Masugum, hey, Mabel Mafuya, all of them. But Miriam Makeba was the first top singer that would sing his song, and whenever, and our radio stations, they were playing their songs only. In that time, when we were in school, we would be singing Miriam Makeba's songs, and my God, let me tell you, we so much wished to know her, and so much to see her personally. And unfortunately, and I was still young then. I was still in school. Though I grow. My God, I'm born 1942. Yes, but then time went on, became a musician with Mashatini and Mautela Queens. Okay, we were blessed. One time we were traveling a lot. One time in London, they celebrated our minister, President Mandela's birthday when he was 70 years in 1988. So in London, they celebrated Mandela's birthday, and they so much made a big organization, a big concert, and a big thing for all the top American musicians. And they invited our South African musician. Miriam Makeba was the first one. And Hugh Masekela was the first one. And we were so fortunate that they also invited Maslatini and Maotela Queens from South Africa to come over. My God, let me tell you, we were so happy that this is the time where we are going to see Mom Miriam Makeba. And for sure, after the whole show, we met with Miriam Makeba and with Hugh Masekela. Oh my God, they were also excited to be with us. Let me tell you, I took a photo with Miriam Makeba. I took a photo with her. I'm sorry, and we took a photo with her and Hugh Masekela. Oh my God, I've got a photo of Miriam Makeba. Shame, unfortunately, when you can only sing Miriam Makeba's phrase, but you didn't take a photo with her. So I must say, really, and I'm excited. Thank you very much for telling me, for inviting me to come over. I'm listening to you guys, all of you saying we have been celebrating Miriam Makeba's organization, something like that, 3 years ago, but I was never invited. This is the first time that we even knew about it. We never knew about it. I would like you to invite me whenever. Otherwise, if you don't invite me, I'll take you to jail. You'll be arrested. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you very much. Hi, we must sing Miriam Makeba's song. Igqirha lendlela. Stand up. Kondo. Oh, igqirha lendlela. Nguko. Maye igqirha lendlela. Maye nguko ngudwa. Igqirha lendlela. Kuthiwa nguko ngudwa. Ha ha ngutwane he ikabeli qitapho ngutwane elikaba he elikabeli qitapha maye ngutwane he elikabeli qitapha kuthiwa ngutwane. You see, I'm a singer. We can sing until tomorrow morning. Next time, thank you.
That was Mehilda. A round of applause to Mehilda Simola Tobata. Mehilda Kinsalina la Hola Pasano Simola. Kinsalina la Hola Passing. 1942, Miriam Makeba 1932. Very important timelines in terms of their day of landing into this Mother Earth. David Litwalo, can you come and introduce Memaralo briefly? Because this is the last phase and the pace now we are taking of the main course of the lecture now. Memaralo and Memaralo back to Wabua. I can go until 7 o'clock. So I want you to be ready for today. Probably I can go until 10 past 5. But be ready. But there is food, there is water. Don't worry about Memaralo. He will be short. We have given him a brief, 45 minutes. You know.
Mafrika Sipo, I want to thank you for inviting me to this very, very long task, which is quite simple because I'm going to basically read. Mehilda, we asked you to come and speak, and you refused. And then we sent an agent to come in and convince you. So Gudla last night, so I want to ask Brother Norton to stand up. So Norton is the one who made the magic for her to come and speak. And then about the not being forgotten for the past 3 lectures, it's true. We're looking out for her. She was always in our minds, and I want to thank the Embassy of Guinea. So for some reason, they said, yeah, Hilda is here. I said, who's Hilda? Of Mahotelakin. And that week, if not 2 before, your name was always on my mind. I said, I'm going to hunt until I find you. And through the spirit of Mama Miriam Makeba, here you are. Brother Sipo didn't mention me. I'm angry with you. I'm just kidding. Ladies and gentlemen, Banabatariansu, sons and daughters of the African soil, it's me again. This time I'm here to perform the simple task of introducing a simple and humble human being. This is someone who ticks all the boxes for speaking on an occasion like this, which honors the late Dr. Miriam Zenzile Makeba, Mazi, Mama Africa. This is someone who did not read about the life of Miriam Makeba. It is someone who was not only her colleague in the music and performing arts industry, but was actually very, very close to her as a friend. So I read the newspaper, search a Google, I can talk about Miriam Makeba. I'm talking about somebody who was very, very close to Miriam Makeba. Perhaps I should start with some sort of a disclaimer. Ladies and gentlemen, I am about to introduce a septuagenarian. Septuagenarian is somebody who has passed the age of 70. And specifically now, she's at 72 years. She'll be celebrating her 73rd birthday in July. She has been in the arts industry, arts and entertainment industry for over 60 years. So I don't know how her voice is now, singing and doing all these things for over 60 years. So please, ladies and gentlemen, be understanding in case you later feel this introduction is rather long and loaded. It's a difficult task of attempting to compress a long life of 72 years within a few minutes. I would also like to mention that in my experience of being involved in the organizing of the annual Miriam Makeba lecture since its inception, I am convinced, and indeed I believe, that there is a spiritual hand orchestrating everything to ensure that the identified persons selected to deliver these lectures are duly aligned. I am convinced about that. It's not just by chance that we have had all these proper, appropriate speakers. I truly believe that there is a spiritual intervention or a hand that picks them up for us. You know, every time closer to the lecture, things just happen to lead us to who should deliver the lecture. And I believe that the spirit of Mama Miriam Makeba has led us to this point. Mama Mara, I think Miriam Makeba chose you to deliver today's lecture. Ma Africa, moments like this are quite rare and expensive, where we get the opportunity to share in the experiences of those who lived closely with one of the icons and darlings of Africa, Dr. Miriam Makeba. It is in this sense that I sincerely believe that we are extremely fortunate to be here this afternoon to listen to the 3rd annual Miriam Makeba lecture. It will be recorded in history that we were part of this annual lecture, that we were part of this moment, because this is the only 3rd annual Miriam Makeba lecture in the whole wide world. So we are very fortunate that we are here, either virtually and in the flesh. Maralo is a Soweto-born musical storyteller, underlined storyteller. Mara Teboho Low is ranked as one of the most respected artists in the entertainment industry. In short, she's an icon. So if you have never heard the word icon before, when you leave this hall this afternoon, you go home or wherever, or if you want somebody to appreciate you more, you just say, oh, you are my icon. As I said, she has had a career that spanned 6 decades because she started singing when she was 10 years old. She has made a special place in her heart for the suffering and all those who are thirsting for liberation. It is this heartfelt, feeling in her for those that are oppressed, that she threw her weight of her talent in support of the good cause for the sports, cultural, academic, and economic sanctions against apartheid South Africa as president of the South African Music Alliance, SAMA. So, Mama, you've contributed to the struggle. So these are struggle credentials in your own way. She is the recipient of a Lifetime Achievement Award 2010 from the National Department of Arts and Culture. Honorable Deputy Minister, we are repeating this. She is the recipient of a Lifetime Achievement Award 2010 from the National Department of Arts and Culture. Maralo has attracted many accolades, including authoring her own book, that is autobiography, titled, It's Me, Mara. So she began writing this in 2015. So she has a book, as she is. And if you haven't seen or read that book, do something about that situation. We don't advertise, we just show you. So we hereby show you Mara's book without advertising. Cameraman, that's Mara's book, we're not advertising. So the awards in her honor derive from diverse roles she played in different spaces that her talents directed her. Maralo is a musical star. Musical star. She's an actress, a talent mentor, and a coach to young singers. She's also a Methodist Church Women's Mañana activist and community builder and a goodwill ambassador for Child Welfare South Africa. Mehilda, you're not alone in these evangelist setups. But this one will not be saying hallelujah, and she's from Sophia Town. Mara is also the recipient of the Legend of the Decade Award from the South African Concert Promoters Association. She was a celebrity judge, I don't want to even go there, in the South African Idols talent search, and was the lead singer of the isiZulu version of the award-winning Disney, The Circle of Life. It's a movie, this one. And she starred in the award-winning feature film, Taxi to Soweto. Where else? She was a cast member of the award-winning Disney film, The Lion King, and leading actress in seasons 1 to 8 of the preeminent Chivenda Sesotho television series. You can guess what? You were on Movango, Mama. You know. So where she stamped her presence in these different roles has been no less than inspiring. You only need to get to Nollywood. That's an outstanding feature for you, right? As a social entrepreneur, her energy levels have not failed, devoting time to helping transform and change society. Mara is the co-founder of the Soweto-based children's center called Golden Ark. In recognition of her talent and contribution to society, the national brand, we're not advertising again, Ludwig's Roses, they've dedicated a peach or an apricot hybrid to her. I don't know whether you know that there is something called the Maralo Rose. That's an honor. The whole rose named after Maralo. So if you don't know and you keep on underestimating some people, I didn't know, Mama, that you were I think that flower has got some things around. So Maralo started singing at the age of 10, as I said, in the Methodist Church Choir, then with the Wilbur Music Choir under the baton of Wilby Bach, and has since developed an impressive record of awards and performances. She starred in numerous theater productions, including adaptations of international classics, Showboat, Fame, The Crucible, Barnum, the South African historical and musical masterpieces such as The African Odyssey, Baby Come Duze, and Nkosi, The Healing Song, Musical Fame, and many others. I'm still traversing the 72-year-old history. So in her illustrious career of 6 decades, she has performed for presidents and high-profile audiences around the world. I would be surprised if she left out this one. Mama, you have performed for presidents and high-profile audiences around the world, not for people like us. So she gained broader professional recognition in the 1970s, touring Japan, Hong Kong, the Philippines, London, with the traditional musical, Meroba. And I remember I was there. So she performed in the UK for, I don't know, why did you mention this? For Queen Elizabeth at a Royal Command performance. At some point, perhaps it was cool to perform for the Queen. No. He must perform for African royalty. Yes, but he must perform for them, not Queen Elizabeth. So she toured and performed with international acts that included Dobie Gray, The Main Ingredient, Johnny Mathis, Jimmy Smith, Wajes, Stanley Tarrantine, and Jimmy Cliff. That's Mara for you. The release of her much-awaited world-class debut solo album was titled, what else? It has to be Mara. That debut album was titled Mara. As the struggle for national liberation intensified, so did the international campaign for disinvestment, divestment, and isolation of apartheid South Africa from the international community escalate. Mara is counted amongst those leading from the front in the cultural sphere. Struggle credentials once again. This saw her elected the president of the South African Musical Alliance, and remember, Johnny Clegg was her deputy. She served as a deputy treasurer for PAWE, that is the Performing Arts and Workers Equity Group. She was in line to perform at the historic Welcome Mandela concert at Wembley Stadium in London. And she performed with the National Symphony Orchestra, the Durban Philharmonic Orchestra, and the Cape Town Symphony Orchestra. She performed at the Newsmaker of the Year event in honor of our liberation hero, Chris Hani. You performed for Chris Hani. He was not your friend. Okay. So she performed in the first Miss World pageant at Sun City, broadcast across the globe, and she traveled. Hey, this one was not gonna be left out. She traveled with President Mandela to Glasgow to receive the Freedom of Britain Award. Her performances thrilled audiences at George Square and the Royal Concert Hall in Scotland. Scotland, Mama. She was invited by the Scottish anti-apartheid movement to tour Scotland, England, and Wales. She was at the inauguration of, you know what, President Nelson Mandela. It had to be there in the Freedom Day. She was part of the celebration performance in Peru, with who? You Masekela for a month, the whole month. She was invited by the Egyptian government to the Cairo International Song Festival as a guest artist. Not artist, guest artist. And performed for the Queen of Denmark when she visited South Africa. Mara Low's diverse and eclectic work ethic and experience has seen her receiving invitation to perform at the inauguration of, it has to be a president, President Thabo Mbeki. Yeah, I'm sorry. No, I'm done. So at the inauguration of Thabo Mbeki as a president, Maralo was there. However, she was also there in the inauguration of President Jacob Zuma. And she was also there at the memorial service of political stalwarts Walter Sisulu and Joe Slovo, amongst others. In other ways, etc., etc. Her entrepreneurial flair has led to her establishing an artistic management business, successfully hosting her own television talk show. It has to include her name. The talk show was called Talk Show Mara and Friends, which was screened on SABC TV 2. Mara also featured in the first and second season of the TV series The Queen. Mara continues to shine, performing at various governmental, corporate, and international and private events. Honorable Deputy Minister, she continues to perform at various government events. In August 2015, Mara received a certificate of recognition from the Gauteng provincial government for her contribution to South Africa's democracy and women's empowerment or emancipation. The release of her autobiography in 2017 was on the top 10 bestseller at exclusive books around the country and also received a 5-star rating on Amazon and Take a Lot. She was executive producer of the Sold Out, like this venue is sold out. She was the executive producer of the Sold Out, the Sophia Town musical experience, and also the Miriam Makeba musical tribute to Dolly Rattebe. She performed in Scotland as part of South Africa's 10th year of democracy celebrations in 2004, organized by the Scottish Trade Union, and was an honorary member of the former Scottish anti-apartheid organization. What's happening between you and Scotland, ma'am?
I was Scottish by injection for 19 years.
Oh, wow. She performed a leading role in the musical Hairspray at the Lyric Theatre at Gold Reef City and was a judge on the prestigious Pop Idols season 2 to 6. In August 2018, Mara was invited back to Scotland, Glasgow, by the Nelson Mandela Scottish Memorial Foundation to perform during the 100th centenary of Nelson Mandela. She was part of the fundraising gala dinner held at the Hilton Hotel in the aid of building a Mandela statue in Glasgow, Scotland. Ladies and gentlemen, I know our lecturer this afternoon can be funny if she wants to. Honestly, I'm serious about that. She can be funny if she wants to. Extremely funny. So I have no doubt there are many people who are asking, how could this one access these university spaces to deliver a lecture at the Thabo Mbeki African School of Public and International Affairs? I'm sure about that. Well, she is here in her own right, and she's going to do justice to Mama Africa through this lecture. Mama, you are a lecturer this afternoon. I trust you won't go around telling everyone that you are a lecturer at UNISA. Just for control. She's the lecturer this afternoon because she's delivering the lecture. I know there are some institutions which gave honorary doctorates, but the other day she phoned me. She said, "I don't want to talk about these ones." So I'm going to one day. I predict that one day you're going to be honored as a doctor by a university that you may like. So I said Maralo is a musical storyteller. However, I am confident that this afternoon, I have no body story, but she's going to deliver the 3rd annual Miriam Makeba lecture. She follows in the footsteps of Dr. Nkosazana Dlamini Zuma and Mme Yvonne Chaka Chaka, who both did a sterling work respectively in 2023 and 2024. When a child of the universe, ladies and gentlemen, please let's rise as we welcome Maralo to the podium to deliver the 3rd annual Miriam Makeba lecture.
On a clear day, rise and look around you, and you will see who you are. And on a clear day, how it will astound you that the glow of your being outshines every star. You'll feel part of every mountain, sea, and shore. You will hear from far and near the things you've never, ever, ever, ever heard before. And on a clear day, on a clear day, you can see forever and ever and ever. Dumelang. Molwe. Sanbona. Abshe. Nimadegwa. That's the one that gets me all the time. Because every time people excel you, I used to think when I was growing up, I was born Kokasi, Komzimhlobe. So 3 houses away from Kodladleng. Unonali bomme ba rekisang di vegetables ba venda. So I can order the vegetables. Hussein, omu no mansiwa, omu ni madegwa. Omu ni madegwa na bu dikiru yo bomme ba batsuba madegwa. Guys, you know, it's a greeting. Good afternoon. Wow, thank you very much. I am sincerely humbled to be standing here and talk about my best friend, Mama Miriam Zenzile Makeba. When I was a little girl growing up, I was very, very young. Before I even went to I was probably primary school stage at that time. I used to, go in my home, it was included the double, the double attached houses, ekasi. So I would open the window, the kitchen window in the morning, early in the morning, and and the neighbors go, it's too early, shut up, man. I used to wake my neighbors 7 in the morning singing that song. I was so hooked to that, just that part. But I used to sing it like loud, very loud. And my dream was one day I'd like to meet this lady who's singing here, Miriam Makeba. But the funny thing, when I was now grown up and I was traveling around the world with musicals, with my private shows, with doing cabaret, doing musicals, I think I've done just about everything in this industry of show business. I never met Miriam. I'll get to an airport. I remember once I was in Germany at the airport and someone says, yo, just now, Miriam has just boarded a flight. And I'm like, gosh, why can't I meet this Miriam Makeba? And I was like, that's before she came back to South Africa. Every time I'd be any airport, there's Miriam there's Miriam Makeba. She's just there. I'm like, I can't go over to her. There's a queue, and I don't want to be like, Miriam, hello, So I'm just going feeling apart. So in 1990, when Tata was released, I get a call from Sis Queeneth Ndaba. Sis Queeneth used to run Doke House. That's where most artists used to gather, and Queeneth phones and says, Mara, come to Doke House. And I went to Doke House. When I arrived there, she says, and you must go and welcome her at the airport. And I'm like, what? Wow. So you must organize some artists that can go and be at the airport to meet Miriam and welcome her back home. I thought, my dream come true. When you start becoming a little bit selfish and you think, I'm not going to invite too many people. Because they might, wasn't overshadow, I want to meet her alone. So I thought, no, how many people should I invite? Maybe I'll just invite the insignificant ones. Not about Sipo, because Bazong outshine her. I must just choose. But the ones who are going to be scared and be like groupies, not the ones who are going to go, hello, Mazi, Anyway, so we went to the airport. And from the airport, when Miriam came out, I was right in the front with a big bouquet of flowers, which I went to buy to welcome Miriam Makeba back home after all the years that she's been in exile. And from there, I joined the entourage going to her house, but she didn't have a house then. So we had to go to Mzimhlope, to her brother's house, which shocked me because her brother's house, Omahlangu, is the next street from my home. I didn't know that Mahlangu was Miriam Makeba's brother. I mean, I knew the Mahlangu family, but I didn't know that Miriam Makeba was related to Mahlangu. But those years, there were people who were hiding certain things, or secretive, don't talk, you might get arrested or whatever, I don't know. But only when we were coming from the airport, because I didn't know where we were going, so there was this convoy, so I'm following the convoy, and I see the cars are going, and I'm thinking, are they coming to my home? You know, like, why are we coming here? And then we're driving past my home, turn left on the street facing the railway line. That's Miriam Makeba's home. And I'm like, ekhaya kithi kuda. La, yeah. Kanti siphume kaseyi-1 no Makeba. Oh, wow, I was excited. Anyway, there were so many people there. And eventually I thought, okay, because everybody was like all over here, clamoring over here, very excited, you know, you know, hey. And I realized, hey, I think Bashinbanigi space, you know, my turn will come. So I let everyone, I went back home, and then about a week later, because we wanted her to get settled, you know, before sizomphaphela sonke, you know, all over here. Ngoba hey besizomphapela phela, you know, sesifuna nama contracts okucula naye, you never know. Yeah, so I thought, no, let me hold back. Now let me follow my script here before I start yaring too much. Because nakijwal. From that time, when Miriam came back to South Africa, we became very close friends. Even though I became closer to her at a professional and personal level. I knew that I was only taking part with her in what one could perhaps call the third act of her magnificent story. Miriam was unbelievable, mama, sisi, I don't know, sisi, uma. Even though I had not met her during those first 2 epic periods of her life, I, like all of our community, we followed every piece of news about Miriam Makeba. Every piece of news that was smuggled out, you know, would hear it, you know, whether it's good news or it's bad news or it's sad news or anything, even, you know, scannering, namahlazonyana, abanye bahleba, bathi, you know, you know, all those stories, we know, we would hear them when we were. But I was introduced to the music of Miriam, like I said, when I was a little girl. And I was actually trying to mimic her, you know. But I was still little, I didn't know any better. But I think I was following on the right track, you know. And my parents used to play her LPs. And I was fascinated by her voice. I got hooked, you know. And like I said, in the mornings I would scream and shout and sing that in Tonga Zamakwenkwe. Not long after she came back, I decided to throw a party for her. Now this story, ladies and gentlemen, is going to fascinate you. I hope it will fascinate you. And now when I write, I never beat behind the bush, you know. I tell the truth. I mean, my book, It's Me, Mara, I tell it like it is. I don't like putting fancy things that never happen. Nah. Not long after she came back, I decided to throw a party at my house in 4 ways. I invited a couple of people, family and friends. Miriam was going to be the guest of honor, of course. Miriam, as I fondly called her, Mazi. Everybody called her Mazi because she treated me like her own daughter when I first met her. The reason is Mazi was actually 2 years older than my biological mother. My biological mother, True Blue Mabasutu Low, was 2 years younger than Mazi. And something even more funny, Mazi's daughter, Bongi, is 2 years older than me. You know, there's that whole thing. In fact, my daughter is the one that actually made those calculations and reminded me. This relationship was definitely like a mother and daughter relationship, bond, actually. So on the day of the party, she arrived. On the day of the party I was throwing at my house, she arrived a little early. Now, Miriam was one of these real African women who would, we are pegisa, you know, she brings food when you invite her. She won't just come with, you know, maybe a bottle of wine and put it there. No, utakadi trays and trays of different types of food, and yet you've already cooked. You know, she was a real African woman. She brings the food, you know.
And she came to my house. I had organized a party in her honor, and she brought so much food. So on the day, she arrived a little early with food to contribute towards the occasion. I was sincerely humbled by that gesture, Ubuntu. The power of Miriam Makeba was in full display on that day. Now, I had inside information that this is the story that it's, I don't know if it's juicy, but it's an emotional story. I had inside information from a trusted friend that Miriam and Sis Dolly Ratebe were arch rivals. Actually, they did not get along at all. And in the early years, before Miriam went to exile. So I don't want to describe what was the beef between them. I don't know, maybe Nebalwanela di Auti, I don't know. Or maybe it was professional stuff, that me, I'm a better singer than you. We've got those dynamics in this show business. You cannot deny them. They are out there, Some of us have been like doors locked. Ma performer mina ninga bookie umara. Ninga's bookie so you two in the same show. I've been there, and I'm not going to mention names, no. So Sis Dolly arrived about an hour or so when most of the invited guests were already settled. A couple of months earlier, I had asked Sis Dolly to join us at the welcome party for Miriam Makeba as our big sister. I believed it was important for Sis Dolly to be there. Well, as soon as I guided her to where all my guests were seated, outside in the garden area of the house, I saw Miriam. She saw Miriam, Sis Dolly saw Miriam, and quickly turned around and told me, why you bring me here when this one is here? And I'm like, Mazi. She was furious with me, actually, for inviting her and Miriam to my house. Now, I didn't know what's their beef. So, how do I not invite the other one when and in fact, I'm inviting them because we're having a party for the other one. I pleaded with her and took her upstairs to one of the bedrooms to calm her down. I then went downstairs to fetch Miriam. Nyawatata my chance, man. I took Miriam upstairs where Dolly was sitting in one of the bedrooms. I put Miriam in there. I went in, closed the door. There's 3 of us. The tension was unbelievable. I sat them down and I had a serious conversation with them as my elders. I humbly asked them to talk and find a way forward to deal with their beef. I then left them in that room, locked them inside, took the keys, because I wanted them ukuthi baxazulule ingxaki le abanayo endingayazi mna. I went back to join the rest of the guests. Now, when I got back downstairs, one of my guests, Upu Jonas Gwangwa, may his soul rest in peace. Jonas Gwangwa was there with Sis Vi, with his wife, Violet, Sis Vi. Jonas Gwangwa, when he saw that I've now taken Miriam and Dolly to the rooms upstairs and left them there, Jonas made an excuse and says, hey, I need to leave. I need to go somewhere. I've got another engagement. Yeah. And I was a bit suspicious. But how suddenly you've got an engagement? We haven't even eaten. No, Sis Vi will stay. We'll stay. But I have to go. Kanti ubujonas uyazi ukuthi leyathula phana each one elekhanya still bayilogwazana bayilolwana. So Gwangwa did not want to be a witness, because not say about the beef of Sis Dolly and Miriam from years ago, maybe before even I was born. I don't know their beef. So Gwangwa decided to leave, because it says there was some unfinished business between the two divas and he didn't want to be a witness. Should Sis Dolly pull out her okapi? Now, Dolly was known to keep her okapi moteri. Dolly used to keep her okapi moteri. You know, you first time also, you know, township lingo, okapi ya meteri. So when she pulls out, she just go, yeah. Yeah, Dolly was, yay, I was yay, don't take chances with Sis Dolly. So now, you know, Sis Dolly pull out her okapi and maybe cut Miriam. So Gwangwa left, but Osvai stayed behind. I later went back upstairs to check if the two ladies were okay. I opened the door and guess what? I found them laughing like you cannot believe. Now, and I thank God because I don't know how they got to that tension of that hatred between the two of them to suddenly embracing each other. And when I walked in, they hugged me and they thanked me for bringing them back to their senses. So for me, peace was achieved. Peace was achieved on that day. So Miriam, later on, she says, you know, she asked to meet with me. She called me and said, she used to refer to me as, with my biza ati, mntana, ngicela ufike lapha kwami ngoba kunento engifuna sizoyikhuluma. So I went to her house. When I arrived at the house, Miriam awakened me to so many challenges that I will confront as we grow. So the first of her great story is that of her life in South Africa before exile. Wait a minute, am I skipping something here? Excuse me a second, I went to check on them. No, I'm not skipping anything. Okay. The first act of her great story is that of her life in South Africa before exile. It is a story that is known to all of you and to the masses of South Africans because she rose to become a musical artist and a stage superstar under the belly of the nightmare apartheid system. She was already a legend in South Africa by the time of her hurried departure in the late 1950s, with her performances on small and big stages, which had culminated in her stunning performance in the musical King Kong. She was well on her way to achieving South African and global recognition as a recording artist of her impressive collection of songs. Second stage of her journey sees Miriam emerging as a powerful and important voice in New York in the early 1960s. Although I did not witness it personally, many of us followed her every move with bits and pieces of information that fell through the cracks in the apartheid censorship system. She would sometimes talk about the many challenges, but she never dwelled on the negatives. She had golden memories of her triumphs in New York and her recognition as an emerging great artist under the tuition of Harry Belafonte. Harry, or Big Brother, as she called him then, had undoubtedly been a staunch civil rights campaigner in his day. But Miriam had a different philosophy approach, one that rooted in the uplifting of her people. As an artist born and raised during the dark days of the evil apartheid system, with the most impressive jackboot skeet skop and donor politics of the apartheid era, she followed her own intuition and her own political identity in unison with the underground opposition in South Africa. In other words, she had a different consciousness to Harry Belafonte and his colleagues. This was made crystal clear when, during 1967, the Israeli Six-Day War against Egypt, while Miriam was on a national tour in the United States with Harry and Miriam parted ways. Their story resonates with me, in particularly what is happening in the Gaza and in the West Bank today, almost 60 years later. The Palestinians remain under fire, as we all know. Miriam Makeba showed her hallmark and courageousness in standing up for Egypt as an African state under siege. She refused to sing a duet in Hebrew love song she was required to sing with Harry Belafonte. She refused to sing it. Harry could not forgive her. She never performed with him again, ever. There was that beef between them, that separation. Yeah. That incident marked the beginning of her road as a revolutionary artist. This reminds me of almost a similar situation, which I encountered during my sting of 6 years as a judge in the talent search competition Idols. A certain concert aligned to the producers of Idols. The concert called Spell. Spell and Idols is like saying one is Afrikaans and the other is, after the first rehearsals with a big band conducted by Jerry Bosman, in the program there was a song that all the artists who are performing at this Spell concert, which is part of Idols, must sing a finale together at the end of our individual performances. I refused to sing the song. And my stint with Idols was immediately terminated. Because it was one of those songs in Afrikaans that endorsed the apartheid regime. And there was no way I would stand there and sing that song. So I refused, and then the story that actually every time, I'm glad that kinalipilu intle. Akina pilu ya hulolwana and want to hurt somebody. Although ke huletse go kasi, you know, ke hudile ke tseba lo sebedisa okapi, but if I was not disciplined, I would have been in prison today. When I found out, when I was in Idols, there was tension backstage because of my choices and me saying, no, why don't you like this particular contestant? And you know, some of the comments were like, I remember one comment from one of the judges making a comment about the singer who was a big girl, you know, like big girl like Sibongile Khumalo, like big girl like our deputy minister. And Randall said, she says, my gosh, yeah, she's got a not so bad voice. So what do we put her in? And I'm like, what is that supposed to do? To say, and the other judge, Gareth replied, said, maybe in a marquee. Yo! For me, that was, it ends today. It ends today. So in other words, I made a comment. I said, so in other words, you mean if Aretha Franklin, who was a big girl, entered Idols in South Africa, she would never win because of the size of her body? Who the hell are you guys? It was the one thing. So there was tensions. And then one day I was doing Idols, and then I had to go and do a show called Spell at Sun City. So now I had these trips that I had to do every morning, drive to Sun City to rehearse with the orchestra for the Spell concert that's coming over the weekend. And then drive back to go and do Idols. So I was doing these trips, and one night, something completely horrific happened. I had forgotten to close my bedroom windows. So in the middle of the night, I could feel the mosquitoes were chowing me. So you know when you're trying to go and close the window without opening your eyes. So I walked and stuck my toe, this pinky, at the corner of the dressing table. And I broke it because it was dark. There was no light. I just went and I broke my pinky. I was in agony, screaming. I went to the other window, called my neighbor. They came, I threw the key so they can open the doors, and they took me to a hospital. I had broken my pinky, completely broken. The following day, I'm having to go to idols. Right? Now I'm bandaged. They've put a bandage in a shoe, so I'm like in agony. And one of the judges says, Mama, you know, you need to drink something that can kill the pain. And I'm tired as well, by the way. He says, oh, you must drink some Red Bull. I didn't know what was in the Red Bull. I drink the Red Bull. Then he gives me the second Red Bull. The second Red Bull tasted different to the first Red Bull. Now, another thing, you know, sometimes we are Omega, you know, you forget that. And I says, but I actually don't drink energy drinks. They have an opposite effect on me. Instead of making me, hey, I just... Now, when I drank the second can of this drink, it had a different taste. But I drank it, you know, I gobbled it down. Yeah, I was spinning out of control on that judge's table. I was cursing and calling all kinds of bad language. I was looking at the contestants and they looked like ghosts. You know, I looked at this girl from Bloemfontein. She looked like a ghost, and then she like even made it worse, and she came and jumped on the judge's table and started gyrating to me, and I used the bad word. I told her to F off. That was the biggest news, front page news in all the major newspapers. When that happened, and then they had to take me off the stage, the judge's table. I was completely, I was drunk, dizzy, and everything. What was in that drink that this guy gave me, one of the judges? What was in that drink? There was a drug that was in that drink. And they knew that they wanted me out of this show as a judge because we disagree about the contestants, the ones that they favor. And I says, but no, you can't choose this one over this one. This one is a better singer. And that's when they say, so what do you put her in? You know, she's a big girl. Because they want skinny, blonde, whatever, you know. So it was the most challenging job I've ever had to do. And I'll never, ever do. I don't care if they paid me, unless they give me $1 million per episode, yeah. No, let me rewind that, yeah. Show me the money, and I can handle anything you throw at me, yeah. Anyway. So that was the challenges that I came across, and people who know me were shocked. What was going on there? Anyway, but coming back to Miriam, instead of following down the road of Hollywood stardom, Miriam chose to stand for her people. Miriam was a great performer, a great Pan-Africanist. I've ever said this already? No? A great Pan-Africanist who visited Africa on numerous occasions, even getting married to Ella for a short sting, and her great love settling with the love of her life, Stokely Carmichael, in Guinea. Her connection to Guinea was profound. She was the guest of honor of President Sékou Touré, who accorded her the respect she deserved as a revolutionary. What I really admired and loved about Miriam Makeba as my dearest friend was her honesty and dedication in the struggle for freedom of our people. She was not a glitz and glamour kind of artist. All those who know Miriam, right, Sipho? She was not one of those glitz and glamour, like, you know, front page, see me, what I'm wearing, and my cleavage is smaller or bigger than yours. No, she was so genuinely talented, and she didn't need all that to be a great artist. She was more focused and down-to-earth African woman, a symbol for justice in our continent. Mama, I was privileged to work with her when she came back from exile in the 90s, in the early 90s. There were a few funny moments we experienced, especially whenever we were invited to certain special occasions. Faith is here, my brother is now, because he knows some of this stuff that happened. Whenever we were invited to certain special occasions, high-profile gala dinners around South Africa, whilst we were at either house, either hers or mine, we would talk till late or even the next morning. She enjoyed my crazy sense of humor because I'm a little bit, yeah. Yeah, but not in a bad way. I just like, I like laughing and joking a lot, yeah. She enjoyed my crazy sense. I told her about my first traveling trip to Japan in 1973 with the musical Meropa. And I related the story. It's a story about me, you know, when the plane had taken off. The plane just took off. Now, you know, after dinner, they dimmed the lights in the plane, right? They dimmed the lights, and I took my overnight bag, which was in the cubicle there, and I took my overnight bag and went to the bathroom. I was traveling with Josh Makene, Sidney Chama, Victor Antoni, you know. We were a cast of 10 then, at that time, before it became a bigger production of Meropa. So I took my overnight bag, went to the cubicle toilet, and went to, you know, do the thing that you do before you go to bed. Wash my face, put night cream, and I put my nightie. And I had this nightie with frills, you know, those night dress with frills, you know, frills all over. As I came out of the toilet cubicle, everybody picked up laughing. And I didn't understand, why what are they laughing at, you know? It turns out Mazi did the same thing. So I'm like, what's happening? We were like, you know, we didn't know about flying and the protocol things you do, can't do. There was a lot of similarities between me and that, you know, mama. So, right, next page. I'm almost done. I'm getting there. I've still got some juicy stuff to tell you. There's still some juicy stuff here. You can't talk about Miriam without some juicy stuff. Come on. Another incident was when we were both invited. Now that was a masterpiece. We were both invited to the opening of Parliament during President Thabo Mbeki's tenure as the President of South Africa. Minister Nkosazana Zuma invited us to the gala dinner. She flew us to Cape Town, booked us at the Mount Nelson Hotel. The designated driver who came to pick us up from the hotel, this driver was going south instead of going west or north or whatever. We didn't know where we were going, but whatever it was, he was going the wrong direction with us. Yeah, opposite of wherever. We didn't know, we just knew we're going to be picked up, you know, we are VIP, guests, VVIP. We're going to be picked up in a limousine or whatever car to take us to the event. You got that at Thabo Mbeki. At one point, this driver stopped in the middle of nowhere, pitch black, dark, no lights, no street lights, nothing. We're sitting in the limousine. It was a proper limousine, not like limo, with a fridge. There's a fridge there, and there's some wine and stuff. So we were treated like super duper stars, you know. So but we can see him. He's busy on the phone. He's like busy on the phone. We don't know why he's like getting very, and then at some point he'll make a U-turn somewhere, and then, so apparently he was getting directions of where we're supposed to be going. Now, we don't know where we're supposed to be going. We don't have those details. He's the only one who knows. And eventually, he stopped somewhere. It looked like a police station. You could see, like down there, down the hill, there's that blue light, you know, when you see that tells that this is a police station. But it's pitch dark where we are, no street lights. He stopped the car and he left us in the car. He doesn't even talk to us and say, you know, ladies, I'm lost, I don't know my directions, and I can't understand what they're saying, I must go where and why. So he leaves us in this limo. He was gone for more than an hour, 2 hours. He left us in that limo. And you know what? Now the thing is, we don't know who to call. We tried to call Jessie Duarte, who had invited us. We couldn't get the network to speak to her. So we are now in serious, serious trouble. We don't know where is this guy. And then Mazi says, him danam, asivulele fridge spare ukuthi kunani. We open the fridge, there's wine, you know, all kinds of wine. It's a mini fridge. So we helped ourselves to the wine. What else can we do? So we were helping ourselves to the wine. We don't know where's this guy gone to. He was gone for almost 2 hours, if not more. And then there comes a time, you know, after you've taken enough liquids that you want to go and relieve yourself. Now we don't know how we're going to handle this. Where can we go, you know? And we're wearing ball gowns. And we're thinking, imagine, you know, you can hear other cars driving past, shoo, you know, because the car is parked right next to the road. So Miriam says, suka mina nginandaba ngiphethe umkhaba. Oh gosh. But you know what, when nature calls, come on guys. You have to, you know. It doesn't matter, the ball gown now is going to be stained with, you know, it doesn't matter, you know, yeah. So, and this guy was gone for a long time. Now I could tell, and then suddenly I could tell that there's a light, a blue light, there's a police station, because it had the blue light on the roof corner that shows it's a police station. He had gone there and he was there for over an hour. Kanti umtaka akakwazi ukufunda ama directions we map. Now I don't know, we're going to Somerset West or we're going the opposite direction. Akazi na, he's getting lost. We helped ourselves to the wine. Oh, okay, I'm repeating myself. There were no street lights. Okay, I'm repeating myself again. We tried calling our host, Jessie Duarte, but there was no network. I've said that already, right? Move on, Mara. Now, there we are, just wrote here. Imagine the headlines on the newspapers. Mara Lo no Miriam Makeba, Batunusile relieving themselves. Now, one of the most outstanding and unbeatable traits about Mazi was her meteoric rise to stardom. I was unashamedly proud to learn from her. You have to learn from somebody. You don't have to be shy to say, I want to follow on the footsteps of this person. You're not copying her, but watching what makes her tick. You may not be able to tick like she ticks, but you could watch her and get an idea of how to better your life. And that's how I used to see Miriam. Miriam Makeba was my greatest inspiration. In fact, I'm proud to say she was my idol. I looked up to her for inspiration, and today I'm proud to stand up here and say there will never be another one like Miriam Makeba. My only wish to the upcoming generation is to learn from those who came before you instead of trying to change the narrative. After Africa is being eroded by Western culture and its influences, we need to protect this continent and the resources. Our next generation needs to fight against speaking in forked tongue. Now, the last time I spoke to Mazi, before her performance in Italy. Now, this story is very emotional for me. She was in Italy. She used to call me, you know, when these are him danam, you know. She used to call me and say, hey, that day she called me. It was a Saturday, her show in Italy. She called me, hey, mntanam, hey, namhlanje, ha, ngizobe ngishona ngizoshona phansi, ngiperformela la matariana, ngizobe ngishona phansi. Like I'll be going down, like, you know. And I'm like, yeah, ma, have a great time. And that was the last time I spoke to her. She said, she says, I'm coming back on Tuesday. Now, remember, Barack Obama had just won the elections. She says, I'm coming back on Tuesday, and then we must go and buy some wine and have a big do to celebrate Barack Obama winning the black president in America. So we must go and stock up on some wine and stuff and have a big party. We either do it at your house in Fourways or at my house, it doesn't matter. And she says, no, I think we must do it at your house because, you know, there's strict restrictions at the security. If there's people who are not invited, security will just say you are not in the list. So Mazi's house is a free-for-all. You know, you can walk straight in. And then she says, you must organize some says, I'll bring some wines, some nice wines from Italy and stuff. Well, now you must go and organize some seafood. You know, we must have a braai with seafood and invite all our friends that we need to invite. And that was the plan, right? Now, this is on that day, on the performance that she's going to do and be flying back on Tuesday, coming back to South Africa. Early hours of the morning, I get a call. And like Monday morning, 4 o'clock in the morning, my phone keeps ringing. My daughter is calling me. She says, Ma, vuleli TV ubheke uMazi. Ngithi, no, why should I watch Ma, open the TV. Mazi. I says, what about Mazi? She says, Mazi, watch. So I switch the TV on and I'm watching and I can see Miriam falling on stage. That's when she passed on. You know, that picture, Sipho, is still sitting with me. It's still there. When you're watching someone losing, you know, her energy, and eventually going down on the ground, and I'm like, what is going on here? And they come in to help her, and they could tell, and by the time they were trying to go, like just before one step of the steps, and she just dropped. That picture is stuck with me. It's not a nice thing to see someone passing away. It's not. And at that time, I didn't know what is going on. And that was it. Mazi was gone. And the rest is history, you all know. And then we had to go to the airport and meet Lumumba. I think, Sipho, you were there, you know, to meet Lumumba and Zenzile. You know, Zenzile had not gone. I can't, yeah. Well, she was, yeah. So we went and there was a whole lot of people, you know, yeah. And for me, it's just unbelievable how she just passed on like that. And I'm not saying, you know, there's been, people like to have some funny theories, all kinds of suspicions and things. We don't know. I don't know if anybody knows what happened. Did she have a heart attack? Or did she eat something or drink something? Or what happened? We don't know. That story is still an untold story, as far as I know. But may her soul rest in peace. And today, we are here to remember her. And some of you probably have even much bigger stories to tell about Miriam Makeba. But there will never ever be another Miriam Makeba. And I think we should keep it like that. Whenever someone says, oh, this is our new, there's an upcoming artist that says, this is our new Miriam Makeba, and I says, please don't do that. Leave Miriam Makeba's legacy alone. And I advise young artists, even when I was judging idols, I says, please don't try to be like Miriam Makeba. You must find your own thing. Don't try and copy Miriam or Letta or Mara or Sipo or so-and-so. Just be yourself. Develop your own journey without being a copycat of someone else. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Aluta continua the life and the legacy of the late Dr. Miriam Makeba, 31 years after 1994 political settlement in South Africa. As we are about to conclude this annual memorial lecture, the third memorial lecture, one word came to my mind when May was speaking about the circumstances that led to the passing of Miriam Makeba. The word called inquest, whether we need an inquest for the death of Miriam. We know that we're here to celebrate the birth, but we ended up talking about the death. But we also went to talk about the good times, the bad times, but also the friends of Miriam Makeba. And as a school, we had the privilege at some point at the Miriam Makeba Concert Hall to have an intergenerational dialogue. And there was Brajonas Gwangwa, there was Me Abigail Kubeka, there was Me Maralo, and that's where we knew about this affection of Brajonas to Miriam Makeba. And I think it is very important also to can acknowledge that as UNISA, as Brasipo said, out of 12 universities, we stand as one of the universities that has honored Me as well when she was still alive. The last part that I'll call Prof. Millo to come and do vote for thanks. I will ask all the speakers who have spoken since the afternoon. This is a ritual. Whenever we have a lecture of Miriam Makeba, we take more than 4 to 5 hours. So make sure next year when you come, you can bank your time to know that this is a serious lecture and a serious doctoral studies of Miriam Makeba. It's not a master's, it's a doctoral studies of Miriam Makeba. The Makeba Cultural Diplomacy Project, it is all about to analyze the intersection of political history and cultural diplomacy to highlight what we call potential shared liberation histories of African nations as a tool for Pan-Africanism and conflict resolution. Matt spoke about the conflict in the Middle East. We have a conflict in Sudan. We have a conflict in the Eastern DRC. We have conflict in Somalia. We have conflict in Ethiopia. We have conflict in Russia and Ukraine. And that's how we can see. Memara forget one thing when he will share with me, say, when this order of Ikamanga, are you order in a manga? So those were the memories that he will share. Prof. Millo, can you come forward, as I know that people are already tired, but I don't think they are tired of this, what I will call the feast of knowledge, the feast of the battle of ideas on who is Miriam Makeba, but also to can contest this legacy. And as Unomfundo said, artists, musicians are also intellectuals. They are thinkers. Yes. They do think, they do rethink, they write, they compose, they heal, they inform. Are not entertainers. They are not extras. They are not doing hobbies. I think their musical journey has to be acknowledged by all universities in this country. And we should not only give them honorary doctorates, but we should put their music into curriculum, as we are doing with this project of Makeba. And we go beyond UNISA. We are going to Guinea-Conakry, where we are tracking and tracing her life. And I know that the Deputy Minister will definitely want to remember those words from the family, that you were once on the side of the family, and you still urge the government to still support the Miriam Makeba Center for Girls, because that was one of her wish, to have the Center for Girls in all provinces. We can't have one province dominating and still struggling. We need all provinces to have that Center for Girls. And this Aluta Continua also in her book, it was one of her wishes and vision to have Aluta Continua Festival between South Africa and Mozambique. And when there was a conflict in Mozambique last year, diplomats, intelligentsia, defense, they were all talking about political solution of Mozambique. And I kept on saying, but Aluta Continua, it's a soft power. We need to use the soft power of musicians of South Africa going to Mozambique and understanding the crisis of Podemos and Frelimo. What is it? Is it still Aluta Continua of Samora Machel that we know? So it is very important, as we are contextualizing the life and legacy of Dr. Miriam Zenzile Mazi Makeba. Prof. Millo, as we are doing vote of thanks, can I ask all the speakers also to come forward? I don't know where the speakers will be. All the speakers that have spoken will be handing over the gifts, which you can declare or you don't declare. And we'll have a photo session with all the speakers. Thank you very much.
Thank you, colleague Sipho Mantula and Genevieve, who co-hosted the lecture with you. Let me rise on established protocols, because you know, the last man standing or last woman standing, it's always pressurized in terms of the time. And you know, when you give a microphone to a lecturer, the temptation of a lecturer is to give a lecture after another lecture. But I'll try and resist that temptation. Yes. Now, in terms of the lecture itself, as we grow, we are now in the third, we are transitioning into the fourth, but you will also realize that as we grow in terms of years, we are also growing in terms of depth. The main speaker, you know, she gave us a bit of both. The Mgozi part, very interesting, but out of the lecture itself, there are also very serious takeaways that we have to listen carefully to. Sipho spoke about conflicts. In her lecture, she told us a bit about how she resolved a conflict between two musicians by locking them into a room. Now, what is it that we can learn about the conflicts that are taking place in Africa? Because we seem to be resolving conflict using guns. But she was telling us there's something better that we can do. And most importantly, we have also been informed that there's still a lot that we have to learn. And this means that we have to look forward to the fourth lecture that is coming in the following year. Now, we have actually been, our souls have been fed by the two categories of speakers. And that is why in fact, today we redefined
the concept of an intellectual, an artistic intellectual, and an intellectual from the perspective of academia. And both of them were able to give us some wisdom with regard to the legendary musician. Now, let me thank the main speaker for having been with us, not only today, but in the past as well. Ntate Sipho, he was also here in the past. Some of the new speakers who joined us today, Nomfundo, professor from the University of the Free State, all the other speakers, our Mahoshis, you have actually enriched this lecture. And when I say that it is growing, it is because the depth of the discussion is growing every year. Now, most importantly, we also have the audience. Now, you have taken your time to leave your very important engagement to be with us. And by the way, when I talk about the audience, I'm not talking about only people who are in here. I'm talking about people who are live streaming, people who are following us on social media. So this event is bigger than what you see in this room, because more than what you see in the room is actually online. And we're very grateful for those who are following us. Even government saw it fit to come and join us. And we're grateful that the Deputy Minister is here. The embassies, Guinea Conakry, and they were asking me, when are you coming back to Guinea? I said, I'll create a very good reason to come and visit very, very soon. The school itself, and as we grow, I'm asking myself, who can do it better than the TM school? And I'm sure you'll join me in answering this question to say, no one can do it better than us. And I want to thank the school under the leadership of Prof. Pasana, as well as David Litsualo, and the colleagues. You know, the people who make things happen behind the scenes. You never get to see them. They're standing outside there. Some are standing behind cameras, but they make this event what it is. Most importantly, as dignitaries, and I'm going to address all of you as dignitaries, make sure that once in a while you visit the Thabo Mbeki African School of Public and International Affairs website. It's a very interesting website because things happen there. And I'm not going to tell you what is about to happen. But for purposes of enriching yourself, it doesn't matter how old you are. Visit the website and you'll see the offerings that we're having. And I will always say, in terms of our website, watch the space, because things are happening there. Thank you so much. As I conclude, I'm also going to invite the speakers to the front so that they can receive presents. We're not bribing you in any way. These are genuine presents. And I'm going to ask the Dean to do the honors in terms of giving the presents. And we will start with the main speaker, Mara. Please. come to the fore so that we can get your present. And then I'll call them. The next one is going to be Ms. Tato Mkhotu. Please come to the fore. Yes. Very important that you smile to the camera. And then she will be followed by Faye Nicholas Shao, or the representative. And then Kiswahili Africa representative would then be followed by a representative of the Republic of Guinea in South Africa. Okay. And then I'm going to ask Madame Fidoz Bolbolia to come to the fore as well. Prof. Neo, come closer, please. Prof. Neo Khotla. Madame Nomfundo, please come to the fore. That the hook sticks, span out. Span out. Please come to the fore. Metro Wat, please come closer for your presence as well. I'm saying, I hope I have not forgotten anyone. Aaron, yes, Aaron. Thank you, Aaron. Come closer. You told us the bitter story about having to fight in court for the rights. And now they will do the photo shoot. Maybe David Tswalo, you also need to join there. Now, as they are busy smiling for the camera, let me also, Faith? All right, okay. Please come. My apology. That's why I'm asking, did I forget anybody? Please be patient with us. We are concluding. Now, as they are posing for the cameras, let me just inform you briefly as to how are we going to leave the hall. Now, when we are done, we will ask that you stand, and we'll announce that for the dignitaries to leave first. Once that is done, all of us will then leave the hall, but most importantly, we have refreshments outside. Please join for the refreshments so that they don't go to waste. The last thing is that we are going to have a G20 seminar within the school. So when I say what's the spot, please do so. Join us online or physically as well. There will also be a book launch on the 7th. The title of the book is Inyati. So watch that space for real. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof. Pula Khosisirete. Ra leboga.
Hallelujah. Hallelujah.
Can we all rise to allow our dignitaries to leave?
Yes.
Can you allow our dignitaries to leave first and then you will follow them? Can we just stand, not leave the hall until our dignitaries have left? Thank you, my friend. Our dignitaries, can you make your move towards the holding room?